That that would have been embarrassing. I just saw that my mic was still off. That would have been. Ooh. I would not have noticed for a very long time, and that would have been kind of funny. But wisely, I checked it before I started, so that's good. Good. It's away. Alrighty. I thought I'd lead today's stream with a little bit of an odd thing because I was sitting in the menus and I saw something that fun piece of history is if you look at this box, it says K to A, whereas if you look at literally most of these other ones, it's E. And fun fact for your gaming history stuff, the E rating was not initially invented when the ESRB first formed, after the rise in meteoric fame of Mortal Kombat Original. And the original ratings, they also didn't have an AO rating, and they didn't have T rating back in the day. It's actually only after a couple years of the ESRB being a thing that we started getting T rating. Fun fact for you guys. I don't know, just thought it was interesting because I was looking at this, because like this game is K to A and this is E. And some of it might just be packaging, but a lot of it is based on the timing when games came out. So I don't know, I thought it was a fun little piece of gaming history that often is not thought of. Alright. And we're playing Pokemon Snap. Yes, I'm playing on the Switch because I'm a pleb. I don't actually own an N64, and getting a physical copy of both of these would be agony, quite frankly. I am fairly certain I would be in actual pain if I tried to. Man, also the oh man, I miss when graphics looked like this. I will not lie. Wow, that is he cannot aim. This is why we're the player, because we can aim. I will say the modeling in this game is like already looks kind of good. Obviously, I don't think they did a ton for Bill. Bill there, or what's his name? It's not Bill. What is his name? I think it's Todd. That's what it is. Not it's Todd. I just remembered because he's in the new Pokemon Snap. Oh, the music's delightful. 1995, 1960, 1996, 1998 Nintendo Creatures Game Freak. It's also a HAL. I didn't know this was a HAL Laboratory game, which is just astounding to me given how much HAL Labs was just doing stuff at this point. All right. Oh, that's right. The D-pad does not do things in this game. Z button setup. Hold switch. Oh, wait. There was a screen option there. Wait, let me see. Green. Just orange. By moving. Whoa. Well, that's weird. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Let's just get to it. Write your name. Oh, it's back when they used PKMN as Pokemon. Write your name here and don't lose it. I keep using the D-pad because I keep thinking that it's got multiple inputs. That's very silly of me. Let's see. Should I do Roy as usual, or should I do something more meme-worthy? I don't know. I do not know if I should be more meme-worthy. Don't want to do Todd because that's easy. I'm gonna name him. We'll name him. Well, let's see, Todd. Can I think of any funny names off of Todd? Toad? No, you know what? We'll just nope. Hey, no. We'll just do our usual. If I could stop doing that. We'll do the usual. It's fine. It's fine. We'll do the usual names. It works.
Hello there.
Oh my god, I forgot how weird Oak sounds in this game. Hi, I'm Oak, the Pokemon Professor. The reason I invited you here is this Pokemon report. Ah, I see. The PKMN report. I see. Man, this music is it's so simple compared to anything else I've listened to lately. I think at this point they're still working on with. I don't know if this is true or not, but I think HAL Labs might have still been working with a set level, a number of instruments because of how the technical limitations of the time would have been. At least from the SNES and NES, what would have carried over. That's interesting. Here in Pokemon Island, while Pokemon can be found everywhere, this is my new invention, the 01 vehicle. You can drive around in it. You don't have any control, but the 01 vehicle constantly moves towards the goal gate. Not in a straight line, but no, I get it. I'll teach you how to take pictures in the first course. I'm counting on you. All right. I will say there is something really amusing about how crisp the images are for the sprite sheets that they're using for those animations. Like, it is so clearly, like, they clearly were like cutting it like very specifically with what pixels they were using, which is just, I don't know, there's something really just funny about it. Also, this is a lot of stuff that would have been blurred due to how CRT TVs work and how those types of that type of monitor works. So a lot of these would look a lot better back in the day because the TV was not high definition. Of course, in a high definition TV, and like with all the displays we have in the modern day, oh my god, all of this stuff is just easy to see. Like, you can see there's a single pixel that, hey Nahamaha, how's it going today? There's a single pixel on Todd's left side of his shirt that pops out, and it's just really funny. It's just really funny seeing like 3 frames just being repeated indefinitely. Ooh. I'm sorry for dragging on. This is I don't know, this game is just really funny to me. Z to aim. Which button is Z? Oh, okay, so Z is ZR. I'm good. I'm doing good. I feel good. I try to take a lot of Pokemon pictures. Okay, so I only have the... Oh. Okay. Oh, and it's inverted camera too? Oh god, it's gonna take me a while to get used to that. Oh, a small one. Oh, it's back for you when you were still fat. Love it. Is that a Lapras out there? It's really cool. I'm doing good though. I feel good. This weekend was really nice. I was able to relax. I read a book today. Just able to have a nice time. There's Lapras. Oh, and that's right. You can't wake up Snorlax till later. Don't know what that is. Yeah. This course is very simple, and I like it. Oh, Nintendo got first as well, and the Hama got second. Hey, nice to see you guys. How's everyone doing? For everyone I didn't get to ask. Let's see. Ooh. Also, I love this game. This game is very silly, and I like it a lot. Run, small one. Eh. This game's really good, though. There's something really nice about how simple it is. Also, the fact there's an actual trail and there's an actual track in this game rather than how the new one. I like how the new one does it, where it's they don't try to alter the course at all. But I do appreciate how this one does the. I do appreciate how this one does it, because it's like, oh hey, here's an actual track. Oh, there they go. I'm gonna get the picture from behind if I do. Kangaskhan. The best picture I'm gonna get right now, so that's fine. Oh my goodness. It's funny seeing these models too, because this is back before a lot of the minor redesigns were done over time. So it's really cool to see this sort of, I would call it artifacts of the past. Sort of artifacting, because there's just a lot of stuff here that you don't really think about anymore, you know? Oh, he got knocked out by Gust. It's just interesting. And also just how far we've come with graphics, you know? Just looking at this game. Look at, like, the textures are pretty good, though. I will say. Let's see. 1 picture has been taken. 2, 5. Oh, okay. It's counting. I think I used, like, almost half of my reel. I'll choose which pictures to use. Let's see. Bookmark. 3 pictures of Pidgey have been taken. I think this one's the best one. Yeah, this is it. I think that one's the best one. 3 pictures of Pikachu have been taken. Did you see the image of that Pikachu? He's like, The way he was sitting there was just really funny. Just, That face is really good. Let's see. 5 pictures of Meowth, 2 pictures of Lapras. We'll go with that one. That one's the best one, I think. I will say the selection method is a little odd by comparison, but that one's really funny. Just I will say I really want to study how this game does image capturing, because I'm still not 100% sure how, because in the new game I sort of have an idea as to how it works, but I still am not 100% sure how they do this, because a lot of this game is, you know, obviously it's choosing, it's taking pictures, but I've never quite figured out the technology behind taking in-game screenshots and saving them in temporary memory like this. I've never quite understood it. I really wish I did, because I'd really love to learn the tech of how this works, because it's very cool. What's new this time? A Pidgey. It's a bird. How's the size? 300 points. It's so-so. Oh, that's right. They give you the point. They actually do the point breakdown in this one, rather than doing the... in the new game, they kind of just... they actually do a lot of that, like, in the same... Like, they do it in a different way, where I have to play the game again so I can discuss it more, so... I'll give you an extra 10 points. Wonderful. Your work is impeccable. Keep up the good work. You gave the size so-so. I mean, how am I supposed to get it bigger in the shot? Size just... that Pikachu's really good. I like that a lot. It's very good. How's the size? 430. It's so-so. Okay. How's the pose? 1,000 points. All right. It's very nice. I don't know. It's just really funny how does Professor Oak know all this stuff about photography when he's not the one? Does he do this stuff regularly? It's right in the middle. I can double the score for you. Wonderful. Also, the old school voice actor. I don't know. Just really funny to me. Just, it's so different than how it used to be. How's the size? 220. It's not very good. You were close. But it would have been better if it were a larger shot. Oh, it just skips over if you don't have a good enough size. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That's something I didn't know. It's so-so. So yeah, you have to have 300 or more for it to count. I see. How's the technique? Pokemon is right in the middle of the frame. Double score for you. Wonderful. I feel like the getting it in the middle of the frame thing is going to be easy for me, because that's the thing I was good at when I played the newest game. I don't think I'm going to mess any of that up, but we'll see. We'll see. I could always mess it up. Who knows? 100 points. It's not very good. You were close. It disappoints Pokemon not to be photographed from behind. It disappoints them to be photographed from behind. Oh, so yeah, Kangaskhan's also going to be not great. 50. I see. You were close. So there's a lot of Pokemon that I really should have gotten from the front if I could. Okay. I see. That's all right, though. It's the beginning of the game. I'm not too worried. How's the pose? It's pretty funny. 800. It's pretty funny. That sounds like something I would say. Just like, oh, what's this picture? Oh, it looks pretty funny. Pokemon is right in the middle of the frame. I'm guessing that they're also that in some way they must be doing it by when the image is taken, when a picture's taken, they must be doing all the score generation at that point. Because I don't think you'd be able to do all that collision checking for if it's in the middle of the frame or not on the image, because smart image checking wasn't something that was doable at the time, unless I'm mistaken. But I feel like it would have been a lot easier if while you have the 3D camera, you do like a collision check, and the image itself is saved away with the scores already done. Wonderful. That would make a lot of sense, actually, now that I think about it. Let's see. What do we got? 10,000 points with 7 kinds. All right, let's return to the lab. Yeah, with high definition TV, I could see the like exact pixelation of the image. So pictures taken by Roy. Say there's pictures in the Pokemon report. I'll help you out once you have more Pokemon pictures. Good luck out there. What? Oh, I've arranged so you can see the report. I see. Number seen 7. Collect more Pokemon for the report. I see. Well, that's pretty good. Hey, hey, sweetie, how's it going today? How's it been? Have a good weekend, I hope. Let's see. We gotta go to the course again because I missed a bunch of stuff. Oh, I can go to the next course. Never mind. Used to be a power plant in this long dark tunnel. I don't like how they worded that. I can't wait to check. Man, I love how this game, I feel like all of the games in the N64 collection on the Switch now are just going to be the best example of this is why these games looked better back in the day. It's not because they looked better. It's because CRTs did such a good job of like smoothing over things that we do naturally as part of course for making games now. Which is, I don't know, it's really neat. It's really neat to see the evolution, but also, man, oh, like the pixelation there with the borders of the objects. You there, Pikachu. Oh, wait, that's right. You there, small one. Whoops, I missed. Can you turn around for me, my good man? Please. Oh, he exploded. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention. No, doing well. I hope you are. I haven't done too much. How are you? I've had a good weekend. I got to do some good stuff. I got to hang out. I read a book today. That was a lot of fun. What is going on over here? Oh no! I missed Kakuna. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. All right, got a good image of Electrode. Now, if I can get a good one of Kakuna, that would make me really happy. Oh, I missed it. But I'm doing well. I keep forgetting that the camera's inverted. Ah, Zubat! Oh, I missed it. Oh. Okay, wait. I should probably. What's your question? Wait, no, I can't. I can't change that right now. I see. Yeah, having a bit of trouble. Think I got him? Maybe? Question mark? I like the. I was really looking forward to playing this game though, just because I felt like it was gonna be a. It's gonna be a bit different from my usual stuff in that I would not be as stressed. Because I don't think this game is gonna do a whole lot to stress me out. At least I say that now, but of course it's, you know, it's, who knows. Here. There we go. Got a picture of Diglett. That's good. I love how the Pokemon look in this game, though. I don't know. There's something about the simpler models and a lot of the focus is on their iconic designs that I think just does a lot for this game, and I think it's good. But yeah, I read a book this weekend. It's one I read back in the 3rd grade, which, you know, now thinking about it as a book, kind of surprising that I read something like that back in the day, but nope, can't take pictures of them. Let's see. Interesting. Interesting you can't take pictures of the Magnemite until later. This game's got a lot more secrets to it than the new one. Like, the new one has secrets, but the new one's definitely more focused on the day-night cycle and the focus on doing certain things during, like, before and after runs, rather than just focusing in on the secrets in one course. But I think that's because this game had limited resources, so it couldn't necessarily throw down a ton of extra work on repurposing courses and redoing the lighting. It's actually probably the biggest reason why, is because you can't redo the lighting at this point. Like, it's not real time, so you can't just flip a switch and make nighttime, which is very different. I could use the album mark to save my favorite pictures in the album. I will definitely do that at some point. That's a certain maybe. 3 pictures of Pikachu. I like that. That one's okay. It's not gonna be better, but I like it. That's a good one. But I think this weekend was a good one for people to catch up on stuff, because I think there was a fair bit of time this weekend where I think everybody just needed a break. Excellent. Haunter. Let's see. It's the best picture I got of Haunter. That one's not bad. That one's pretty good, but he's not quite in the middle. Oh, that one's the best one. That one's pretty good. Zubat. And there are 2 images of Zubat that just aren't very good. I like this, though. I will also say that the menus in the Switch version are a little bit easier to navigate, because they make it a little bit quicker to, like, zip through the menus. Let's see, let's use this one. That's a good pose. Did I get any of Kakuna? I got 1. It's not even a good picture either, so this is gonna suck. That's not gonna be good. Okay. Back into Oak. Let's see what we got. Yep.
Yes.
These are fun, though. I wanted to play something that was a little bit less I don't want to say cognitively intense, like something that tests my brain, but I think I just wanted something that's not as crazy. 750 points. It's so-so. Okay, well, that's not too bad. How's the technique, though? I feel like the technique is where I'm getting a lot of my points, is that I'm mostly getting it right in the center. Why does the electrode image I chose, why does that look like... That looks like a Facebook, like someone's Facebook profile picture. If anybody else sees it, it kind of looks like if you have like a 40-something-year-old dad who just figured out how Facebook works, and they're taking a selfie to get the, you know, to get as a profile picture. And I just can imagine somebody doing this exact face and image as a profile picture. It's pretty good. I like it. 800 points. It's very nice. How's the technique? It's right in the middle of the frame. Given that it's the entire middle of the frame, it's pretty good.
Wonderful.
Worker's impeccable. That's probably the best one I have, and it looks like that. I'm playing Siege at the same time as watching this. Pokemon is the smarter move. And patients take a selfie with the registration tablet. They're just like, listen, man, I want to take a picture to make sure that I know what I look like. I definitely feel like, wait, your Pokemon is in the middle of the frame. It would have been perfect if the Pokemon was in the middle of the frame. Ah, it's okay though. I feel like this one's definitely a bit. I like this because it's almost like a little bit slower game. Honestly, just getting to. It's like, oh hey, look, it's Pokemon.
Wonderful.
Also, just happy to play this. 340. It's so-so. Let's see. How's the pose? 800. It's very nice. Technique right in the middle. I think that Kakuna is the only one I've gotten so far that wasn't directly in the middle.
Wonderful.
Which is pretty good. This is Pikachu. Pikachu's picture's in the Pokemon report already. Let's see. The size. It sucks. The pose. Alright. So it's basically the same image, but worse. I see. Oh dear, your last shot was better than this. Which picture are you keeping? I keep the original. I didn't know that you could take selfies with the registration tablet though at a hospital. That seems like it would be like, I don't know, it's just interesting to me. I'm not very good at taking selfies. I can't do it. It's just I don't have that internal logic checker, I guess, of how to get a good selfie to like that good look. Because I always look like I am a total idiot when I take a selfie. I do not have the means. Wait, let's return to the lab. I have a gift for you. It's an apple.
Welcome back.
You take pictures at a good pace. To make your work easier,
Here is a present.
here's a present. It'll come in handy for taking Pokemon pictures. Would you like to be closer with Pokemon? And use this apple-shaped Pokemon food. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's... Huh. Because in the new game, they actually say it's just... They just get it... I think they say the same thing, but I think they do refer to it as just an apple. Also, why do they refer to it as apple-shaped? I just realized, why do they refer to it as apple-shaped when it's just an apple? Because I think the new game calls it an apple, instead of saying apple-shaped Pokemon food. You want to throw farther, look up slightly and throw. Here's a hint for you. Throw some Pokemon food to an electrode that's not moving and see what happens. Good luck. Repeat this information? No. I do not need that more than once, but thank you. Well, there's an option that allows them to add their photo, and they're all from the down-looking upward angle. And they all look confused. Just very confused because they keep looking up at it. It always looks confusing too because it makes your body look really small when you do that. Oh, I can throw that. I see. Hello, Pidgey. Hello, Pidgey. Let's see. Yeet. Oh, that's right. You can take Pikachu to the surfboard. I remember now. Pikachu, get to the board, please. Quickly now. No, I missed it. Ah. It's funny when you take a picture like that, though, because it always looks really silly. Apple. Oh, I wonder how you get... Wait, apple. 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 Wake up, you lazy bum. Yeah. Oops. Eh. I love Meowth. I love Meowth. He's funny. Eat. Also, the little stories they do in this game are really nice. Let's see, you throw someone over here. Not getting much better images, am I? Bonk. Oops. Oh no, I bonked him. Oh, there it is. Wait, I need it. Yeah, I need to throw really far ahead so I can get Kangaskhan to come over. Kangaskhan! Kangaskhan! Whoops, I should not have bonked you. I'm sorry. That's a good pose, though. I should not have, I don't like bonking the wildlife. It doesn't make me happy. Apple. 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 Alright, well, we didn't get a lot of pictures, but that was okay. Apple. I guess fun fact about the apples, they're just sprites. It's similar to how they did Mario Kart 64, it seems, where they took a 2D image and just had it animate and throw it through a 3D space with the image always facing the camera. Which is not a tactic that was uncommon at this point, because it was really easy to do. Because you already had a lot of artists who are really good at making sprites. And then you just take that idea and apply it to... excuse me. You just take that idea and apply it to doing the sprites in 3D space. You're actually able to do a lot of cool stuff with it. I think a lot of games nowadays still do that to some level. Let's try this one. Let's see. That's a good image. I don't know if it's the best one I could have gotten, but actually, wait, no. This one. I think this one's the best one. But there's a lot of cool tech stuff going on in this game. The more I look at it, the more I can see some of the more interesting tech stuff. Actually, no detriment to not choosing an image. I cannot get a good Doduo to save my life, though. Don't know what the deal is with that, but for some reason Doduo is one of those ones that's just giving me trouble. That's okay. That's alright. Thankfully, I do not need to get them on the first try. Also, I just noticed, looking at the time, that each course has only been a couple minutes per play, which is surprising to me, because I would have thought that it would have been, I guess, longer? But frankly, I thought the courses were longer, but I guess I was wrong, because I thought that I thought the courses would be a fair bit longer, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just unsure. Wow, is this the same? Wait, did I get the exact same picture? I did get the exact same picture. It's the exact same image. Your last shot was better? Oh, because there's another Pidgey in the image. Oh, wow, 10 points. 10 points is all it took. Isn't that Surfing Pikachu? Surfing Pikachu has a value of 1,000. Pikachu's picture's already in the report. Is the rest of the image just not gonna stack up? This is very lively. 1/250. How's the technique? Double. This picture's much better than the last one. I see. All you needed was Pikachu that surfs. Size is really bad.
You were close.
Oh dear, your last shot was way better than this. Ouch. Ouch. This is Kangaskhan. Okay, did I get a good image this time though? Size. 980. It's very nice. Pose. This angry shot is pretty cool. This technique, right in the middle.
Well done.
That is much better. I like this though. This is fun. The grading of it is really I remember playing the new game that it's pretty similar, but they make it a lot quicker to find better, like to figure out what images you should be getting, I guess. They also keep a pretty cohesive. There's a hidden path in the tunnel. Good luck. I see. Interesting that they tell you that press A to do it. Late 90s to early 2000s. I love that nobody knew the term phrasing. I need to take that image and put it somewhere at some point, or just press A to do it. Just put it somewhere ominously. Just yes. Press A to do it. Do it now. Press A to do it. You must. Put it simply, you must. You, apple. Apple. Dang it. Apple. 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 Apple? Whoops. Hello. How are you? Apple. I like that you can come to a dead stop whenever you run into a Pokemon. Just like, whoops. Can I? Wait, no, Kakuna. Yes. Alright, that's good. Bonk. Excuse me. Whoops. Apple. Oh, hi. Pretty good, though. Also, this game is just really nice. I don't know. I think this game is nice because it's Pokemon and engaging in the Pokemon world without necessarily having to be too excited, I guess, for lack of a better term. I feel like there's something to be said about having a game that's earnestly just quiet. Also, the music's really nice. Can I get what? Oh, there's a Magikarp. I see. That would explain my confusion. You. Oh, sorry, Pikachu. This kind of has the same vibes to me as whenever I played Pokemon Channel back when I was a kid, because it was it felt like a lot of the same, right? Where it's a very non-combative way of dealing with the Pokemon world. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. You do that earlier next time. Bonk. Apple. Apple. Can I? Apple. Apple? Apple. Apple. Oh, I did it. Oh, okay, cool. I was about to say, I thought I got it, but... then I did. Oh! I like the really confused face he had. This is nice though. I remember really liking this game, the new game, especially because it was very detached from a lot of the usual excitement in Pokemon. Because normally when you're playing Pokemon, your thought is, oh yeah, it's battling, and you're focused a lot on the action of it all. Whereas I do think this game does a good job of showing the Pokemon world frankly, in a more mundane fashion, and I think that's kind of to its benefit. Because there's a lot less going on. Right, I'm not going to get any better Electrode images, so I'm not going to worry about that. That Zubat's okay. If I look, though. Try that one, Julie. Diglett. Some of these are good. Yeah. That's a Pikachu, but I do not think I'm gonna beat Surfing Pikachu, so I'm gonna just go to Oak.
Yes.
Also, just there's something that early 3D games would do, and it's that they would oftentimes try to have as little 3D in their game as possible, but rather the illusion of 3D, which I think was far more prevalent at the time, because they would use 3D graphics, but it was honestly far more important at this point to make it seem 3D in some cases, so that they could save the resources for the things they really wanted to model, and not worry so much about modeling everything, but choosing the right things to model,
Well done.
which is important. Especially at this point, because they clearly showed, like, oh yeah, the focus is on the Pokemon, so we're going to use sprites for anything that's not the Pokemon. Like, the grass was all sprites, the textures are pretty simplistic, but they show exactly what they're supposed to, like... And even this menu, it's just, oh yeah, we're gonna, like, as simple as we can get it, so it looks really good, but not so much that it's gonna be a detriment to the rest of it. Really good. How's the technique? Pokemon's right in the middle. Here you go.
Well done.
Yeah, the pictures are getting much better now. There's a Magnemite. How's the size? 340. Pose. Sure is happy. 800. How's the technique? Okay, the Pokemon's right in the middle of the frame. I can double the score for you. Wow, there are other Magnemite in the picture. I'll give you an extra 500.
Wonderful.
Works impeccable. Keep it up. Can imagine...
Wait.
I can imagine this is kind of like going on safari or like going as like a nature photographer. I wonder if any nature photographers started from playing this game, or like that was what got them into it, or if the other way around, where if a nature photographer started playing this game because it was a stress-free way to do their own work. You found a split in the path. According to my research, that split should link to a new course. I've also made a link from my lab. You should go right away. I'm going to, because I'm curious.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the volcano. I'm sweating already. I like that all of the courses have a little comment from Todd / your character.
Yes.
It's really funny. Oh, man. Oh, hey, Rapidash. Apple. No, take a picture. Crap. I was trying to take a picture. That's okay, though. Let's see. I didn't want to hit the majestic horse. Here, have an apple, my friend. My favorite Pokemon. I absolutely love Vulpix, by the way. I love Vulpix. Vulpix is amazing. More Vulpix. Yes. This is already my favorite course. Small one. How are you? Okay. This is fine. Well, that's funny. It has like Diddy Kong Racing music. What the heck? I love this music. Oh. The lad. Whoops. Sorry, Magmar. Well, I'm coming closer anyway, so I don't need to really go that far. Look at the tiny boy. I love the models in this game. They are very cute, though. They are quite cute. Oh, wait. So that's the Moltres egg, yeah? Look at the lads. Look how tiny they are. I love them. I love them. I love their little cries. It's very clearly inspired by the... Whoa. Why did you show up? Oh, it's because I hit the egg? Oh. All right. Well, that was exciting. Oh, hello, Magmar. How are you doing? Hello. That was the most exciting thing to happen all day. Most excellent. Ooh, Charmeleon. Hey, my good man. Can you come closer? Hey, Charmeleon. Oh, I remember this trick. Charmeleon, over here, would you? Oh, no, I have to knock him in. I remember this one pretty well. I remember this trick. I think it's from... I don't remember where I even saw it, though. And there you go. Oh, that Charizard model looks really good, too. That's a nice Charizard. I probably missed an entire thing on that other side, but that's fine. I got to see Charizard. That's really good. I like that. I remembered I didn't even get a picture of Charmeleon. I just realized. I was so focused on getting Charizard that I didn't even think about it. I do recognize why people like Charizard so much. Like the whole Charmander line is just fantastic design after fantastic design. So, and it's a natural evolution too. It's not like some of the other ones where, let's see, it's not like some of the other Pokemons. It's not like some of the other Pokemon where the designs kind of they didn't go from one to the other very like smoothly. And I do recognize that Charmander's whole line is really good for that. Let's see. I think it's a split. Another one ripe for the Facebook profile picture. Look, I call this one definitely was not smoking 5 minutes ago. Tiny boy. It's funny also looking at these because there's very clearly only one directional light, because I don't think they're doing any light shade, like a lot of light shading on this. Like, it's very clearly they have one directional light and that's all they're working with. That one. I like that one a lot. And they're clearly only working with one particular light in a scene at a time, because you can't do, there wasn't a whole lot of real-time lighting that you could change on the fly when you're, that's a great one. That's a good one. Guy, that's majestic. I like this though. I think I just like the, I remember once really liking photography. I never got so far into it as to, like, you know, I never did the whole film thing. I was more of a digital photographer personally, but I took some pictures and I had a lot of fun with it. I think it's easy to have a lot of fun with a camera, and I think this game does a great job of evoking that, where it's just it's easy fun for, even for kids and adults. It's a lot of fun to just take a camera. If something interests you, take a picture of it. And even if the pictures aren't fantastic, you can tell what a good image is. Even if you're not, you know, like, oh, you're professionally trained. It's like, no, you can tell pretty well what a good picture is, you know? I'd say a good example of that is just, you can kind of, so in actual film theory, there's a lot of times when you're doing camera focus, the best place for the focus of your shot is the middle of your screen. Specifically, if you break up the screen into 3x3, into like a 3x3 grid where you have 9 boxes evenly divided across your screen, generally you want your subject to be in that middle box, you know, the one that's in the middle of the middle row, like middle row, middle column, that exact center of screen.
Wow.
There are the roll pics of the picture. I'll give you an extra 220 points. That's pretty good. But this game, I think, is using that as its grading basis for a lot of things. Because I think what it's trying to do is and I'm guessing, this is entirely just conjecture, that every time it takes a picture, it's at the moment you press A that it generates the score. I think I said it a bit ago, but I think that's how they're generating the score, because you wouldn't be able to do that at this point without it being just a ton of code and horrible writing to do all of that scoring after the fact. So I imagine when the image is generated, you know, it's like it fires a beam from your camera. Basically, it uses a line and it checks if there's a collision with a Pokemon. If it does, it, you know, throws the name up of the Pokemon and also generates the score at that moment, because that's the moment you press it is the moment it creates the picture. I don't know, that's probably what it's doing, and it's doing all the scoring stuff then. And this is just a way to show it to you after the fact, so it's, because if they showed you the score when you got the picture, you'd know already if you got a good job or not. And I think doing it this way means that after the course, you're not thinking about your score, you're just thinking about taking more pictures. Which is very good. It's a fantastic way to do it. And I think, and it's the same way in the new game too, as I recall. Ah yes, my favorite Magmar. 910 points, it's very nice. How's the pose? 750, it's so-so. I didn't bonk it in the head with something beforehand, I see. Pokemon's right in the middle of the frame. I can double score for you.
Wonderful.
I like that Magmar picture, it's pretty good though. Charizard, yeah. Look at him. He's pogging. He actually looks just like Nintendo's, he actually looks just like the emote. It's pretty good. The size is only 340, are you serious?
You were close.
Be better if more of the Pokemon were in the shot. Are you serious right now? You're telling me that seeing a Charizard is not the coolest thing ever? Oh. Oak, you are not you do not understand the power of poggers. And I do not appreciate it. Alright, well, I better go back to the volcano anyway. I kind of have to. I want to go get... I should go get Charmeleon, and I think there's one other I can go... Well, I forgot that they just kind of warp you. They use teleportation. Oh, forgot that I didn't stop. Let's see. Eat. Oh, please, come back. Friend. Friend. Oh, I love Vulpix. Let's see. Friend? There's so many Vulpix. Alright, I should probably remember not to... I should probably remember how to do this. Anything on this path that I need to worry about right now? No. Yeet. I like the little lad. I don't know, his little walk is what makes me laugh. It's just like, the little walk is what's really funny. Look at him. I love the little walk, it's just cute. The animations in this game are absolutely a focus, and I can tell, because they did a really good job with them. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it. That was really cool. Oh, those guys are fighting. I think a lot of these animations are reused from, if I recall correctly, I think they're reused from Pokemon Stadium. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'm gonna wait till I get really close to Charmeleon before I do anything else. Okay, there we go. Now... I think that's the image they wanted. Bonk. Hello. Just toast us. Just absolutely toast us. That's a very big Charizard, though. I just realized that. Because in the Pokedex, it says he's 5'10", and in that, he's very clearly bigger than my entire car. I'm just trying to imagine if you're just driving along, you see a Charizard go away with your van. I don't know. I know it's a long tread. It's a long spanning and often tread joke of how scary living in the Pokemon world would be. But honestly, it would also be hilarious. It would also be hilarious, to be frank, because imagine you're just talking to a friend of yours, you just watch a Charizard just lift up your car and fly away. How does that count as a Magmar picture? Like, that's subliminal Magmar. It's like Slender Man Magmar. What is that? Oh man, that's an image. Let's see. That's a really good one. I like how Moltres is really easy in this map. These are good, though. These are good images. Let's see. Okay, which one of these is the best one? Oh, that one's a really good one. Bleh. Bleh. I'm sorry, I'm having fun with the bleh. Just really funny, just having... It's like Captain Underpants. It's like the... You know, you flip the page back and forth rapidly, just go bleh, bleh, bleh. I think I entertain myself a little too easily, frankly. We'll go with I kind of want the Regal one. I think this one's the best one. I think of the, like, scoring wise, I think that's the best one. I am clearly the greatest source of my own entertainment. We'll compare it, but I don't think it's gonna be much better, so we'll see. Alrighty. I love Football Rama. Also, hi. Hey, Crooked, how's it going today? How's your weekend?
Yes.
Using Flippo-Rama as a source of entertainment never gets old. Even as an adult, it never goes away. Let's see the comparison. 530, it's so-so. Pose. Oh, it's majestic. It's a horse that's running, my man. How's the technique? Pokemon's right in the middle. I could double the score. Well done. Picture's much better. I do like that they were very specific about what voice lines to give Professor Oak here, because they were being very efficient with it. They knew that they didn't need a voice line everything, which is really good. It's really smart. So Pose is pretty good, and middle, so another success.
Well done.
Actually surprising that one's better. Pretty good. This is Charmander. Well, yeah, it's Charmander. That's how I know it's Charmander. How's the pose? All right, it's very nice. How's technique? Double. That's pretty good. Good. I watched the Revolutionary Girl Utena movie with friends just before I got here. Oh, very good. How was it?
Well done.
I am. Is that the? I'm trying to remember. I don't. My brain is probably not recalling it correctly which movie that is, but that sounds like a lot of fun. Honestly, going to see a movie with friends is always fun. Because if you see a good movie, you get to have a lot of fun seeing a good movie. But if you see a bad movie, you have a meme to share. So it doesn't really matter what quality the movie is. You just get to enjoy watching a movie, especially because you get to watch with friends. That's always solid. How's the technique? Double. That's a 4,000 score image. It's your boy Hecko. Hey Hecko, how's it going today? We're really taking it easy today with Pokemon Snap. Oh, it's so-so. Let's see. 1,000 points. But is the extra... Wait. Would have been perfect if the Pokemon was in the middle of the frame. Gosh, I was better than this. Which picture are you going to save to your report? It's funny that you just mess it up. Heck. That's okay, though. It's Charmeleon. 360 points. Pose. Wait, isn't that the same pose that Charmander was in? It's only so-so for him? Interesting.
Wonderful.
Surprising, actually. But good movies are good to see, but bad movies are also fun to see with friends. 590, it's not very good.
You were close.
Would have been better if more of the Pokemon was in the shot.
Well done.
I'm not really sure what he wants from me on that respect. Am I supposed to get him out of there? You'll find what the next course is if you... You'll find out what the next course is if you take one more Pokemon pictures. So I need one more Pokemon?
Welcome back.
I do think I can make Magneton if I go back to the tunnel, maybe? I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Let us see. I wish my car could just warp to wherever I wanted to go. You there, boy. Can you activate the thing, please? Okay, no, never mind. Sorry, I hit you with apples. Bonk. Do appreciate that I can throw apples at everything. Bonk. Aw, poor boy. It is interesting that they don't just disappear, though, in this game. Because other games, they make a point that they disappear. Oh, nope, I can't. Wait. I want to hit down one of the Kakuna, because I know that... I think you can get a Beedrill, maybe? I want to try. Walk. Come down here. Oh well. Wait, no. I missed. Oh well. Okay. It's a very interesting movie, a lot of abstract art. I cannot recommend it easily unless you've seen the anime series. With friends, it was especially fun, though. We enjoyed cracking jokes at what we didn't understand, at whatever we didn't understand. I mean, that's just how I am in every movie, even if it's a movie that I'm supposed to know. Well, you do, Pikachu. What a good boy. But it's always fun when you get to see a movie like that with friends. I think it's always more fun when you get to do something with friends. Oh wait, Magikarp. Oh, I keep forgetting he's there. Whoops. That felt like a missed opportunity. Telephone pole things over there, so can I just throw apples indefinitely? Telephone. Oops. Yeah, I feel like I would have to see that's the One Piece one, right? If I recall correctly. Bonk. I can get the... Need to check that out though. I also need to watch One Piece. I've been trying to make a push to either watch or read. I think either one would be a good idea. Yeah, I think with all three of them, with their powers combined. that's cool. Utena is an anime about girls and swords. That's the most I can say. Ah, I see. Oh, Utena is its own anime. I see. Yas, do it. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, Utena is its own thing. Okay, I think it's because there's a character named Uta or something in One Piece. Maybe that's why I got confused. Ah, I see. Abstract art though. That sounds interesting though. Guns and swords. Revolutionary Girl Utena. I'm gonna write that down because I need to go check this out. But I need to get into anime in general. And well, I think I'm more on the manga side. One Piece is worth it. Revolutionary Girl Utena. I feel like I feel like I need to get into manga more first because I feel like manga is where I usually go just as a rule. Mostly because I really like watching the anime when I can, but I do think that the manga is usually where I am able to like catch up a lot better, I guess, because I haven't gotten to sit down and read all of it yet, but I actually own all of part 1 of JoJo's now. Oh, he is big when you're really close to him. My goodness. One Piece has like 1 million episodes. Yes, it has like 1,000 plus. So I don't know if I would start with One Piece, but I should at least check into it because I feel like I need to see more of it. I definitely feel like I don't know enough. It's a feminist story, so expect this like 90% of the men. Also, it gets a little real, so you may need a trigger warning guide. Ah, I see. It's on Hulu. Intriguing. That's interesting though, Crooked. I think it's fascinating though that they very clearly were like, hey, we're gonna tell a very real story. That's still good though. And it seems to me like from the language you present it with, it seems that it's clearly not doing so lightly. It's not like doing so in a flippant manner, at least from how you describe it. It seems like it's very clearly making measured and mature choices. Which I think is really important for that kind of stuff. If you're gonna write things that are gonna be very real, you have to approach it with a mature and delicate manner, and a mature and at least maybe not always delicate, but thoughtful. Because some stories, the ones that don't do it in a thoughtful manner, you can tell that they don't do it right. I love that they're finally wrapping the series up after all these years. Ah, One Piece, yes. I'm really curious how it's gonna end, but we'll see. But yeah, I think that'll be really cool to check into though. I really have to get onto seeing more in general. How's the pose? Oh, it's less than. Wow, it's actually kind of funny. I was off by a little bit just because of the pose. Interesting. Well, we're gonna keep our Facebook profile picture. But yeah, I know that some stories do a good job of handling, you know, delicate story matter, but some also just don't, and it's like, but I think the ones that really they captivate people. I think those ones are the ones that they don't really do it well, but they do so in a way that's thoughtful, thought-provoking, and I think that's great. I think it's good. That's good. I gotta check more anime out in general. More anime and more manga. I need to read more. Size, 1,000 points. Pose, a little bit less, and the technique. It's kind of a mix. It can get really dark, but as soon as it can get very wacky, it creates levity that way, but it goes out there when it wants to be funny. Some of the allegories left me in the weeds too. It's funny because I'm thinking, we've been playing Persona 5 on Wednesdays lately, and it is funny because that game also does something similar where and this is also in the first arc of it too. Oh, hey, my boy. Bring him, my son. How are you doing? It's good. My boy. I love my boy. I love my boy. But I remember that Persona 5 did it really well too, like that, where it got really dark, and then it had this really dark moment in one of the more recent streams, and it then followed it up with the character, like they're trying to figure out their code names, and that scene was really, it had a lot of levity and just the jokey manner in it. But it's the fact that it's like very real, where we stepped away from the dark part, and we're going to, these characters are going to have a realistically goofy conversation about how to be thieves, and it's pretty good. I think that game also does it pretty well, and a lot of the anime adjacent games that are like, they clearly take the same styles as anime, and also stylize themselves in their writing the same way, but wrapped up in a game. I think those also do a really good job of hitting those marks really well, because the writing's really well done. Is this picture just, yeah, this picture's worse. Blah. Oh well, that's okay. I've never quite figured out why Electabuzz just runs with its arms over its head all the time. Also, you mentioned part 1 JoJo. Are you working through the series? Very slowly. I own the books, and I've seen a fair bit of like the anime in all of the parts, and I really want to read through it all, at least at some point. I like part 1 though. I remember reading the first section of part 1. Like, I guess it would be like the first in the, like, if you took the individual volumes, it would have been like, it's not in the books I have over there. It's like, I read the first one before. I read it online, and I really like it. I really like JoJo's, and it's fun.
Welcome back.
But that's because the characters are really well done, and they have it's interesting characters in interesting places. Press A to do it. What's the next course again? River.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Someone might be hiding nearby. But part 1, I wanted to get the manga in order because I wanted to read it in order. But that's mostly just a fixation on my part, less than my familiarity, because I'm far more familiar with part 3. Like, I think Stardust Crusaders is usually most people's entry point to the series, but that's because part 1 is a lot closer to traditional shonen fare, whereas part 3 is where it gets really, you know, for lack of a better term, bizarre. Oh, look at the Poliwag. Man, I miss when Poliwag was in more stuff. Oh, that picture is solidly aight. Bulbasaur! Bulbasaur! My buddy. Comrade. Oh, nope, he doesn't want to come out. Ah. Cool, yeah, I love the series. I like part 4 the most. Part 4 is also really good. I think Josuke's fantastic. I think some of that's also because he's a little bit silly. Because Josuke's that good mix of, like, kind of silly and he's clever. I think the best protagonists are the ones that like, are clever. And that's why I think JoJo's is always really good, because it's all the protagonists are always very clever. Which is really nice, you know, because there's oftentimes where you see a protagonist that's just, you know, they wouldn't have been able to figure out how to get out of a paper bag. I saw the shelter and I missed him. Oopsies. That's okay. If I throw more in the river? No. Always thinking outside the box. Yeah, and they always do cool stuff. It's because it's never just, oh, hit the bad guy. It's always, oh, well, we're gonna figure out a smart way to beat the bad guy. It's just a far more interesting development than just beating them up harder. And yeah, there's a lot of scenes where they just beat them up harder, but just as often do they do something interesting and clever that they are beating up the bad guy. That's actually something I started working in a lot of my writing, was trying to genuinely write characters that are less about, you know, just brute force beating the enemy, and more about actively trying to beat the opponent through strategy and cunning, which is far more interesting. The way that Shelter's move is really weird. What is that poking through there? Where are you? There's a button there. I do not understand some of this. Pikachu's playing! Oh, it's adorable. Look at him. Having a good time. That's adorable. Oh, wait, Shelter. That boy is just constantly spinning. I remember last time I saw Shelter was in the new Pokemon Snap. They made it so that Shelter will genuinely swim like an actual clam does, where it like does the snapping, and it looks really cool. Man, I really need to play the new Pokemon Snap so I can highlight the differences between the two, because it's really different. But I really like, I do think some other recent manga and anime have done that kind of thing, where they've been having characters that are on the clever side. And I think that sort of change, that sort of thing comes up more when you have... I would have loved to play this as a kid. I collected so many Pokemon cards. Oh. Man, I remember I was not into... I played a lot of the games. I was far on the play the game side. I actually didn't do much of the cards. I used to get a lot of the promo cards, you know, like if we go to Burger King or something, or We'd get those, but I don't think we often got... I never often bought packs themselves. That is a very suspicious looking boy. Oyster. I did not know Oyster could fly like that, though. Yo, I got a picture of Shelders. That's not too bad. A lot of the Pokemon spin-off games were really good back in the day. I think they still are, personally. I think that the spin-offs are absolutely some of the best. I think the spin-offs arguably might be some of the best uses of the Pokemon brands in general. Like, the mainline games are always the same, but you can get a lot of interesting stuff out of the spin-offs. I think my 3 best examples of how the spin-offs can be so different is like Pokemon Conquest, which was a strategy game much like Fire Emblem, but with Pokemon. You had Pokemon Troze, which was a fast like match 4 puzzle game. And the other one I'm thinking of off the top of my head, like this one's up there. I think both of the Pokemon Snap games are really good. I also think that Cafe game is a really good example of it too, where you have a game that's built around this, like, you know, core mechanic, and it's very cozy. I think a lot more people like cozy games now, where it's just very chill, very low energy, I'm just having fun kind of thing. And I think that's something respectable. I know that I personally really like the, you know, I think I tend towards, I play Conquest and I really want a Conquest too. Conquest, I played it on a family trip and I finished it over the week along with Pokemon Black, and I loved both of them. I really, was it Black or I think it was Black, because I had Zekrom, so, but it was really good. I really liked Conquest because it also had a fun story. Oh, I didn't get Metapod either. Jeez. Psyduck. How's the size? 410. It's so-so. How's the pose? 750. Technique is in the middle. Pretty good. But there's a lot of the spin-off games that they did with Pokemon that were really fun. I'd even say stuff like Pokemon Stadium, and even in this N64 thing, they have Puzzle League. I never got to play Puzzle League, but it definitely seems like the spin-offs were very strong even at this point.
Wonderful.
Heck, even the trading card game could be considered a spin-off because the games came out and then they made a card game around it. Yeah, that Shelder was not very good. I need better Shelder pictures. You can get 2,360 more points. You'll get something cool. You'll get something cool. What the heck does that mean, Oak? Seriously, Oak, what does that even mean? Alright, I should also save really quick because I haven't saved in a while. Should I save your progress? Yes, please. Would you like to keep going? Yes. No! I like that they give an exclamation point for no as well. Would Pokemon Ranger be considered a spin-off? Yes, it would. And Ranger is also really good. Ranger was fun. I think that was also a very good one. Technically, the Coliseum games are also spin-offs, but they exist in a sort of specific state, if I'm going to be honest. And you, bonk. Oh, sorry, little buddy. Oh, that sounded mean. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, little dude. Aw. I like these little dudes, though. They're fun. Whoa, whoa. Oh, there we go. That might be the best one we actually get. Bulbasaur. 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 Once a crumpled newspaper blew into my family's yard after a storm. Wrapped inside is a metal Togepi card. It's a miracle to 9-year-old me. One of my regrets is that I did not keep track of it over the years. I think I lost it in a move. Aw, that's sad. And the first Ranger's the best in my opinion. Oh, I see. Aw, but aw, man, Crooked. That's sad. It's sad when you lose stuff like that too, because it's just like it's so. You end up losing that kind of thing, just out of happenstance of. I'm missing. Hey. I think I'm panicking. I'm panic pressing too much. Keep pressing the button too much. That's kind of sad though. A metal Togepi card though. I remember they used to make those for there was like promotional things at fast food places, I recall. If I'm recalling correctly, I do not fully recall it, but can I hit one of the Metapod? Bonk. Oh, he's gone. What is he doing? Ah, I missed him a bunch of times. Map is a little bit more complex, but it felt rare to me. I think it's where it came from, but it felt rare to me. Well, that's the important thing, right? It's far less about how truly rare it is, right? It's not about that. It's about the sentimental value, right? And that's the true majesty of it. Flying right over my head. Man, my camera shooting has not been very good today. Or at least this trip, rather. Not really like bad overall. It's just, oh, this trip wasn't very good. Still a good memory. Don't know if it was worth anything or would be now. It's still a good memory. Yeah, and see, that's the beauty of it, right? That, like, I remember my first Pokemon card was a Staryu, and it's like, was Staryu my favorite Pokemon? No, but it was my first card, and I remember the card well, and you know, that's something that you could really resonate with. That, hey, this is that, like, you think about that kind of stuff, right? Where it's like, this thing matters to me. Like, it's not about whether or not it's rare or not. It's that it's rare to me and it mattered to me. That's what makes it important. That's what makes it. You know, a good memory. Was that it's yours. That's what makes memories beautiful. Is that they're yours. Whether or not they're rare or common, that's not what's important. What's important is that they're yours. And that's beautiful. That's really nice. And like, is it sad that we don't have it anymore? Yeah, but how good is it that we got to have it? I think today's gonna be the day I start waxing philosophical again, I see. It's just, but it is true though, where it's like, you know, even if the memories at this time, like, you know, it's like you look at it and you say, oh yeah, it's, you know, it's no longer what's current, but it's still good, you know? But it's still important, right? Like that, those memories are still with us, and I think that's good. It's something that I've seen a lot in video games too, where I think because I think that's where nostalgia is bred, and it's the place I think that where nostalgia kind of starts to cut, is that it's by placing so much on that memory that we forget to make new ones. And it's not like all nostalgia is bad, because that's not the case at all. But rather, it's that I think that that's where some people get lost in it, is that they forget that the game does age. And as much as, you know, it's like we'd love to sit back and hold on to the gold of our memory.
You were close. Well done.
It's still good of us to, you know, look at it as adults and say, well, things have changed. But also to take in the history of it, to take in, hey, this is like, this game I would say is similar, where to me, I'm looking at this game and thinking there are some things about this that aged that, you know, if you did it nowadays, this game would have been rated very horribly. But by taking it in as it is, as you know, with our modern sort of sensibilities, and also with how what the game does offer, we actually begin to see that there are a lot of things it does that I think modern games could learn from. I would definitely say one of the things that some games could learn from is that graphics don't make it's like the finest graphics in the world don't make something better by just virtue of it. Count Asterni. I think it's a count age, Mtendo. Is that the command? Yeah, I think it's a count age, as I recall. Welcome back. What do we get? Take pictures at a good pace. To make your work easier, here's a present. Will come in handy for taking Pokemon pictures. See a place where you think Pokemon might be hiding? Use this pester ball. It's easy. Press B when you're not focusing your camera. This will make hidden Pokemon come out in the open. Repeat this information? No, thank you. So the B button now has a thing. A big agreement on the graphics point. And I think that with no, oh, well, that's a apologies. I must, my enunciation was very poor there. Hang on, let me try it. That was my bad. That's my bad. Intriguing. That is I'm learning. I will say, Nintendo, that's my bad, because my enunciation wasn't good, so it sounded like a count H. It's a count age. That's my bad. That would be on me for not enunciating clearly. But that's not your bad. That's me not enunciating clearly.
Yes.
I definitely should focus on enunciating, because sometimes I think my words can trail into each other, and I need to be better about that. Yes. Wait, can I? Okay, so now I have this. What does this do? I see. Need to learn how this pester ball works. But it is yeah, I handled that one. But yes, the let's see, let me scroll back a little bit. But yeah, I do think that the graphics of a game do not necessarily make a game better by just having nicer graphics. Because sometimes I think too many game developers get focused in on, oh, but I need to have the finest graphics. Oh, whoops. I knocked him out. I'm sorry, buddy. But because there's a clear, I think there's a clear juxtaposition between, you know, having good graphics and good style. And I think a lot of game devs don't remember that that graphical fidelity is not a style. What makes a style is when you combine those things. So if you have a really good looking game and you combine it with really solid looking graphics, like you choose your style well and make a really nice looking game, while at the same time making something that's, you know, aesthetic. Eevee! How did I not notice Eevee? I feel like I would have noticed Eevee. Eevee's one of my favorites. Oh, adorable little babies. Bonk. But, and it's something I've really gotten. It's especially, I think, the reason why PlayStation has been a slow burn. Like I've refused to use PlayStation for some time now, because I like the PlayStation 3 and I like the games of its time, but with the newest PlayStation specifically, like the PS4 and PS5, because a lot of the single player fare has been more focused on realism, like as in the pursuit of an art style focused on realistic graphics, which that's okay. I think it's cool looking. It definitely shows the power of the system and what it's capable of, and I think that's really neat, but it's just not my thing. You know, it's like, and am I gonna tell people they're wrong for liking it? No. I think it's still really cool, just it's not my thing. That pose. That's a good pose. I like these poses. Those are good. Eevee. I really like that you can catch these animations, like these animations in the middle. Oh my goodness, the face on that one is really good. Because I think that these animations are being done almost like, they're kind of like squash animations when you're doing 2D, where you have a keyframe and you have two keyframes. And when you're drawing the animation, you have these frames where you kind of have these in-between motion like sets. And it's really obvious when you look at like frames of like a Disney movie back in when they were still doing 2D animation, where you have these just frames that are just really crazy looking and they look absolutely bonkers, and they're very fun to look at. They're a lot of fun, so I do think that it's one of those things that's really really funny to check into, where it's just seeing that in 3D is really funny. Is you just have an Eevee just kind of stretched out really weird, or it's and this game I think is the best way to see it because you have something like that where it's ironic because PS1 and PS2 games are kind of the making aesthetically pleasing polygonal meshes. The way people and creatures look in this game sticks out in my mind is unique. Well, and it's because, interestingly, it's because we were using, I think it was personally because we were using the old, like that style.
Well done.
We were almost using it as an art style, right? Because we were using that old school polygonal look as an art style rather than leaning on the highest level graphics. It was using it also as an art style. It was like doing double duty, right? And I would say this game does it about in a similar way. I think just like how Mario 64 does it, where using cartoonish looking textures and using those in combination with a very solid art style allows them to communicate a lot more than just with their modeling alone. Because this game also does a great job of using textures to invoke like what would be a more complex model. Because a lot of games of this era relied on textures far more than they relied on their modeling. And graciously, Pokemon at this point also had a lot of very good designs. So they didn't necessarily have to work super hard to make great designs. It was just, okay, translate them into 3D in a way that's really readable. And that was also really easy. Yeah, the Dreamcast did that too. It was of the era. Right. And I think that by making great textures, and part of why textures were a focus at this point as well, was because a lot of the artists that were coming into texture work for 3D were the guys who made sprites and 2D images for all of your SNES and NES games. And it was a lot of experimentation, and I think that Nintendo was hitting it on the money because they were focusing on making efficient textures as well. Pokemon hiding it by the river. Find them with a pester ball. I will do so, but I'm gonna first go back through really quick and go through each course first. I think I can do that with a bunch of things, actually. But I'll go back to the river, sure. We'll do that. And I think that's actually probably one of the reasons why this era always feels, and I think that's why this era is so nostalgic. I think that's why people really like this era. Oh no, I hit that boy. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's an apple. Bulbasaur. Oops. There he is. My boy. Oh, look at him. He's adorable. I think that's exactly it, though, right? Like, look at Bulbasaur, for example. Like, look how much they're communicating with really good texture work and fantastic, you know, animation design over just having, like, a high-end model. Because you don't need a ton of model work to make this work really well, right? You just need a good-looking model and communicate the rest through texture. It's really well done. Like, look at, like, this boy, absolute peak of perfection. Nope, I missed him. Wah. Wait, oh wait, no, I missed Vileplume too. Whoops. Ah, I missed Vileplume, that's okay. But see, look at how good the texture work is. See, like, look at how these rocks are drawn. A lot of this was from their expertise in the SNES and NES era. And they did a really good job of communicating that in 3D by invoking depth. Like, look at that. Look at how they do the shadows in the rocks. It's absolutely splendid. And yeah, is it perfect? No, but it's like, it looks really, really good, though. Fantastic. Hello, my boy. How are you? You, come here often? Yeah. Oh, that's fun. That's pretty cool. Let's see what else I can do. Is that a Pokemon there? Porygon! Oh my goodness, I love my boy! You there? Oh, look how good he looks. Oh, you can get more. Whoa. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Oh, look at him. Look at the boy. Oh, he presses the button. Ooh. Also, this game has fantastic secrets, by the way. Over the waterfall we go. The secrets in this game are fantastic. And I think this is something I really want to evoke in my own games, because I really like how games did secrets at this point. Because nowadays it's just, you know, you buy something, and there's not a whole lot of, there are some, but not as many as there used to be of genuine secrets, right? Where it's that sense of discovery of a game that just gives you something and says, oh, well, hey, you found a thing. How cool is that? And it's like, oh, that's so cool. Like, oh, I found like this one. You just find the course by throwing the thing. It's like, oh, you got a new toy. You throw the thing, and that's really cool. You just find stuff rather than just being told where it is. And yeah, sometimes if it's like if it's some part of the game that you feel like you need to go see, the internet does do a good job of that. But I think that's why the internet should be doing it, not the game. You know, the game should not be telling you where things are. If you want to find something in the game, it should be either your wits, a map someone drew you, or the internet. Like nowadays we have the internet now, and I think that's where the community aspect of games is fantastic. Also, I'm gonna send my boy back. He needs to go back to organizing. He needs to get my book collection back in order because I have been very messy. But a lot of games, that's where the community is born, right? It's that shared collective knowledge and people wanting to discuss a game and have fun talking about it. And I think that that's not lost, but it's definitely a lot less potent nowadays. Oh, look at the little pitter patter. I think this one's the best one. But a lot of games don't do that as much. And I think that it's a lost opportunity because you could do a lot of fun stuff with that. Also, there's a very different vibe to secrets in games now. It feels like it has to be justified by lore. Right, and like, yeah, it's cool and all, and it's like, it's interesting if it is part of the lore, but why does it have to be part of lore, right? Like, a secret has to have reason for being there. Right, and it's as if, like, you need to justify the secret's existence, despite the existence of a secret in a game especially, should be that it's there. I think that's the more important piece, right? That, like, yeah, it's cool if it's, you know, if it is part of the game naturally, that's very cool, but oh, look how happy my boy is. Let's see, I think this one's the best one. But that's something that I think, like, and in this game, the secrets are very clearly like, oh, find a secret, unlock a new area, find a secret, you know, something else happens, you know, you get some cool stuff, but I don't think the game itself is saying that the secrets of the whole are like lore related. It's just like, oh, it's the fun of discovery. And I think, and like I say how learning is fun, you know, I think learning is fun, but it's when you're doing it in an active, participating, you're there and immersed kind of fun with learning. But similarly with secrets, it's not as fun when you just get the secret, or it has to have justification. Like, it's so much better when the game says, hey, you found a thing, and it's like, I don't know, what is it? It's like, I don't know, man, you found it. I think Dark Souls does do it sometimes. Recently, it's been less, it's less that they make it secrets, it's more that, oh, here's the game, go figure it out. And most of it's more about interpretation, less than secrets, but there are some things that are secrets, per se. I would definitely say some of the boss battles that are secrets are a lot of fun. In Elden Ring, I would say the battles with the stags are exceptional, like, because they don't tell you anything. They just say, oh, go figure out what these torches do. And then, okay. And then you do it and you get a boss fight. It's like, oh, that's cool. And I think that's a good example of something like that. But a lot of games don't do that as much anymore. They're not really... Oh, I'm going to be down by 20 points, aren't I? Yep, 20 points. But a secret shouldn't have to have a reason. It's nice if it does, you know, it rewards the player for going out of their way. It rewards the player for seeing something different, but it's not required. Heck, there are some secrets that I think in games are just, you know, crazy, right? Like, I would say the boss fight in the original Kingdom Hearts against Sephiroth just doesn't make any sense. You know, it's like, well, you have to do all this stuff, and then you finally just like, oh, hey, by the way, here's Sephiroth, have fun. Like, what? You know, just Doesn't necessarily need to be there. He did not need to be there at all, right? It's just, oh, Sephiroth. Like, what? He's just there now. Like, oh, okay. And there's no explanation, no reasoning. Just, oh, hey, go fight Sephiroth and get a cool key if you do it. This is Porygon. How's the size? 990. Pose is 800. Technique in the middle. Excellent picture. Absolutely stunning. Wait, let's go return to the lab. But it's fun though. I will say I'm never gonna. There is a couple of secrets in my game. One of which is after you beat a certain area, and this is one that I've planned for a while. After you beat a certain area, you'll have the option to go check out a secret. And the secret is it's just there. Like, it's not really a secret, but there's a thing there. But there's a couple of other secrets in the game. That one's more of an optional thing, but there's secrets in my game that I'm like, yeah, this is why though, because I threw in some stuff that is only like after you do certain things. It's not just that one. There's a bunch of them, but it's like, but there's secrets because I'm never going to tell you guys where to get them unless I do them in my director's run of the game, which I might have to not. I might just have to say, I'll do some of them, do like one or two. There's a couple in particular I'm never going to touch on stream or in general, just because I think it's more fun for people to find them. And there's one that is intriguing. According to my research, that split should link to a new course. You should go to the course right away. This is the cave. It's a scary looking cave. Bet if you listen carefully, you hear lots of strange noises. Yeah, I think half the time for old games, it was devs thing to how you would explain the secret to a friend by word of mouth, without evidence, and they wanted it to sound insane. Right, and they also wanted it to be something to share in, like, oh, you go to a friend's house, you're gonna go play Pokemon Snap, and it's like, oh, but let me show you how to unlock the river track, or like the volcano, or, it's like, oh, you have to throw the apple at the electrode, and they're like, what? Come on, and then you do it. It's like, when you're a little kid, it's like, it's fun, because and even as adults, it's fun to talk about the mysteries, that's why true crime podcasts are so popular now, right? Like, we love a good mystery. Like, everybody loves a good mystery because it's the catharsis of working out the mystery and figuring out the actual details. It makes us feel really smart, and it's a really fun way to engage with a piece of anything, like a book. Like the mystery, like today I was reading Crispin and there's a mystery around this item, the Cross of Lead, and it's like, but the unraveling of the mystery and all of the work that the author does is really well done. And by taking something like that, like taking little things, and it's like, it's so fun to share in the mystery. And especially when you get to talk about it with your friends, right? Like, that's so cool, and it's exciting, just, it's fun. And I think that some games do lose something when they don't do that anymore, Like, it is really, like, I think some games do it really well. And I think more games could benefit from doing that. But that's just, like, I think that also with secrets at this point in gaming as well, and this petered into the GameCube section, into the GameCube, PS2, Xbox era as well. I think it was also fun when a game would do something strange, right? Like, oh, what's a good example? I would say something like, oh, you know what? Great example. The Giga Bowser boss fight in Smash Bros. Melee. As a kid, it scared me to death when that first happened to me because I didn't know if it was real. Because in my head, I'm like, well, I've never seen this. What are you guys talking about? Because, it's like, oh, you have to beat it at... the original rumor I heard was, if you beat the adventure mode on normal difficulty or higher with Captain Falcon in less than 7 minutes, you fight this super scary boss fight. And I'm like, what? That's not real. And then I went and did it, and I was scared out of my pants when Giga Bowser was real. Like, that's terrifying as a kid, right? But that's like, it's like a level of terror that was genuinely exciting though, because it wasn't just like, adult stuff in a game, like, just being horrible. It was more like, it was like, like in kids movies at the time when they would throw something scary in. It's fun to be scared at the proper levels. Like with little kids, you scare them with like, little things, but when you're like 9 or 10, it's like, that kind of Disney level of scary is frightening, but also exciting because you remember it for the rest of your life, and both scarred and like when you're an adult, you're like, that is awesome looking, you know, like it's crazy. Like I would say like Tarzan, like the end fight of Tarzan or something like that. Like, you know, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, oh geez. Ooh, I love this cave music. Oh, I should have been looking straight ahead. Wait a minute, that's a Ditto. What the heck? Hey. I like that Ditto still was very shiny at this point too. But that's the thing, like secrets like this are really fun. Grimer. Got a picture. So many of these dudes. It's still them saying their name too. Huh, interesting. Interesting seeing... Oh, that's bizarre. I looked up, I was like, what the heck is going on over there? Oh man, I wish I could see them from the front, but... Wait, there we go. Oh, he's gone. Intriguing. Whoa. What is going on over there? That's interesting. But, you know, it's like, but those secrets are fun. I think secrets are very fun for video games, and I think they're necessary and vital. So, is that a Pikachu being carried by a Zubat? Interesting. that Pikachu looks so confused. See if I throw a pester ball. Boink. Oh my goodness, I forgot what Jinx looked like. Hey. Oh my goodness, that is bizarre. I forgot that this was before Jinx was kind of, you know, removed from Pokemon stuff in general. Oh. Oh, because I saved the other one. Oh, that's cute. I'm getting kind of sleepy, though. That's okay. Good thing the exit's right here. Then you just you cut to Todd, and he's just like unconscious in the. He's just unconscious. It cuts to that view, and it just shows him like out. He's just out like a light on his on the thing. That was cool. Again, references to other games are always fun too. Right, and I think that those are also good. I think in general it's nice when there is an explanation, but it's almost leagues better when there isn't. Right? Where there's not an explanation, it's just, oh yeah, the game just is. And I think that like with like references to other games, I will say on a personal note, definitely cornering the market on that part for myself. I am absolutely referencing the Goofy out of as many things as I can right now. Some of that's because I think people like recognizing things. He's going to the exit but falls asleep at the wheel and scrapes against a cave wall. Oh man, that would have been great if they did that. I know they wouldn't, but it'd be really funny if they did. Like in the Stanley Parable. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true in Nintendo. That's right. Okay, no, I want, if we're gonna have a Jigglypuff picture, it's gotta be one of the ones from the end. That one's pretty good. I like that one. Jinx is so weird looking though. Wait, what was that? Okay, that's insane to look at. Okay, that's... Alright, I will say, that is ominous as heck. I love that. That's fantastic. Love the Zubat. Well, we're good. Go to the Oak. Take them to Oak. But yeah, I like secrets, though, and I like references, I like Easter eggs. I like all those things. I just wish I wish they were less necessary. You know, it's like Giga Bowser, right? To me, like Giga Bowser is an entirely unnecessary thing to Smash Bros. Melee, but they were like, no, let's make a secret boss that's terrifying, or like with this stuff, right? Where it's like, oh, we're gonna make efficient use of the game and what it's trying to do by making this just interesting, making these interesting ways that you discover and learn the game. Or like with, like some of this stuff is really cool where you do
Wonderful.
you do certain things and you get these secret little events that happen because you did something earlier in the map. Like, oh, you saved all of the Jigglypuff, so you get to have this little like concert. That's really cute. I think that's fun. Or like, I think also, I'm a big fan in video games when you make I will say I'm a big fan of this because I also did it a lot in my game. I like making when you have an RPG, I really like it when they make weapons that reference other things. I think Dark Souls does it in a way that's really funny because they do it self-referential stuff where the Dark Moon Greatsword is in everything. It's just a thing now. It's everywhere. And it's this deep cut reference for people who really know the games. Or something like some of the other weapons having referential abilities or techniques that are similar to other ones from. Isn't this Jigglypuff on stage? Has a value of 500. I feel like Professor Oak is reading some sort of manual as to how to grade these images. He doesn't actually know how this works. It's singing cheerfully, 1400. Oh yeah, that is a big scoring picture. That's fantastic. We now have 100,000. You find out the next courses if you take one more Pokemon picture. Oh, I see.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Press A to do it. It still makes me laugh. Oh, I need to drink some water. You know what's funny? I actually, looking at these sprites, I think they're using the .gif format, unless I'm... You know what? I'm doing some research really quick, because I don't want to sound the fool. Let me see. The DMG estimates this picture costs 50 GP. Oh my goodness, he has like the equivalent of the Dungeon Master's Guide, but for photography. Oh my goodness, can you imagine a joke guide for taking pictures? Where it's like you have like a score sheet of, oh, look at the image. Does it have the subject in the center of the frame? Is it doing a cool pose? Is it like something like that, but for like a Dungeon Master's Guide, the Photographer Master's Guide? I absolutely could write that and just do something dumb with that. I need to look up when was .gif invented. When was GIF invented? The GIF. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. While working at CompuServe in 1987, when he invented the GIF, the .gif format. Is it red? Red subjects get 20 more points. that would be fascinating if that was the case. Saw the format I wanted in my head. I started programming. The first image was an airplane, insisting the file had only one pronunciation: a soft G like GIF. The peanut butter. Saw Stephen Wilhite, inventor of the. Oh, he died. Oh no, the inventor of the GIF format. I'm gonna say GIF anyway because I'm saying .gif, not GIF, but it was 74. Oh, that's sad. Wait, when was this? Oh, it was March of last year. Really? Oh, it's fascinating. So he invented the .gif the GIF. It's a GIF if you're referring to it, the GIF, but it's a .gif if you're talking about the file extension. But so it was invented in 87. Oh, so that would have given more than enough time for the .gif, for the GIF to be used in games. And the reason I say that is because this is very clearly the use of one. I guess interesting thing. I didn't know that the .gif format was invented in 1987. That sounds like something that would show up in a trivia, like you're playing like a quiz game with friends, and you just. That sounds like something that would absolutely be in it would be something that would be in. Ooh. Whoa. That was cool. But it sounds like something that would be absolutely happen when you're playing like Jackbox or something, right? If red subjects get 20 more points, then it's like the orcs are just pleased at all times. Baby. Oh, I love Vulpix. I'm trying to think if Vulpix is yeah. I wonder if Vulpix is my favorite Pokemon, or if it's, because I think Vulpix might be like way up there for me, and it makes me sad whenever Vulpix isn't in a game. At least a tiny bit. Maybe I just throw these everywhere. Maybe I'll get something. I'm theorizing. I'm the... Call me the Game Inquirer. Ah, he's adorable. Imagine, though, the power of using such things. The question is, does that stay in the way when you do that? They're just jumping around in a circle. I love these guys. Look at these little dudes. Hello. How are you? I like that this egg can be used as a stopper. Alright, in you go. I want to get him from the front. Very cool. Very awesome. Very powerful. Glad it seems that the bot slowed down. That was weird. Well, okay, I need to pause because I need to talk about this. I think I figured out the source, and it's really making me question something, because I realized something, because I did something before stream that seems to have slowed them down considerably. And I'm gonna mention this because it's curious, and I think I should talk about it for like a minute. So, for the last couple months, I've been trying to use a system, like this particular tool that someone made, that's entire purpose is to block bots. I was turned on to it by somebody, and ever since I gave it the ability to, you know, get rid of bots and block them automatically, interestingly, more bots showed up as I had it on Twitch. I removed it today from my Twitch channel entirely. I'm beginning to have suspicions that the tool is to create a false sense of bots on channels. And I'm wondering if that's the case. We're gonna see, because if we go through stream and there's a far less number of bots overall, I'm going to know for certain that that thing was the problem it was trying to solve. Which is really fascinating to me. Because that implies that the system itself was trying to cause some other goal. And I'm gonna have to research more, because now I'm really curious why that was the case. Because I removed the bot blocker from my channel. Interestingly, the bots stop showing up when the bot blocker isn't there. So, intriguing indeed. Makes me go, Whoa. Oh my god, look at the big boy. But enough of this nonsense, as it were. Oh, are you? Honk. Oh. Whoops. Just gonna ignore that. Block the bot blocker. I actually did. Funny thing. I actually did a long time ago, because I thought he was because the channel that was on there was consistently telling me like, hey, it's like, hey, can you not block me? I'm just like I just do systems things, and I'm like, no. So it is a curious circumstance to be found, for sure. And it is fascinating to me that that would be the case. If that's truly the case, I find it very fascinating. Because that implies that... Actually, no, that makes total sense. If you advertise yourself as a bot blocker, and you have people do that, what's stopping that system from being used to make it so that your channel shuts itself off? And by putting yourself on that channel's radar, by becoming part of it, it would have a system to send bots to. So the bots would be looking for someone who's part of it. Very clever. That's a clever trick. That's actually exactly, if I were to do something like that, that'd be exactly how I'd do it. Because how would you send bots to somebody directly unless you knew their channel? Intriguing. Highly disturbing, but intriguing. Like, I'm not gonna sus. No, extremely sus. Am I going to say that they're a good person, that they're like smart for doing that? No. Am I gonna say they're clever though? Absolutely. That's a clever move. Like, that's a clever play. Because how else would you get people to directly give you the means to find you unless they did it themselves? That's an impressive move. But yeah, we'll see how the stream goes, but we'll see. And of course, it's not that all bots on Twitch are bad things. Actually, funny thing, there's this particular bot that I paid no mind to when we were playing Shadow of the Colossus. There's actually one called Shadow of the Colossus Stats. That's a bot that shows up whenever you're playing Shadow of the Colossus because it's actually logging away time because it wants to know like how many people are streaming it, and it's generally a demographics tool. It's the same logic as virus advertising itself as virus protection. Exactly. So by using that method, you're able to supplant yourself into someone's channel and keep a track on them while also pretending to be a useful system. It's naying, 1,200 points. That's a fantastic picture.
Well done.
Very good. That's powerful. And that's a very clever way to do so. But unlike, I guess the main trouble I'm worried about is how will I, you know, I got the exact same image. It's the same score as last time. Which picture do you prefer? I like the happy boy. I like the happy one. But it's a clever move, not a moral or just one, but clever because it's exactly the kind of logic you need in order to get people to have to deal with bots. 170 points. So how's the pose? Aw, there's so many Pokemon though. There's other Charmander. I'll give you an extra 670. Well, whoops. So I will have to go through my my block list and double check that all the blocks are still of bots, but I will figure that out myself. But that is what a wonderful pose. So I just got a slightly better image. I see.
Well done.
So I have to check that out then, because that is fascinating though, right? That's something that would exactly be the kind of thing that's really hard to do. Because how would you get bots to show up in people's like channels? You know, it's like how are you going to do this? That's the simplest way, and that's a really clever move. That's a fantastic picture. You know what's funny is I'm thinking about that time we played Hacknet on channel, and a lot of the stuff there is logic that this kind of thing would use, right?
Well done.
Like, a lot of the logic of, okay, you have to find an innocuous backdoor to get into that sort of thing. Oh, hey, we unlocked a new thing. What do we get?
Welcome back.
What do we get? What do we got, Oak? You're doing a fine job. Choose go to course. Roy can go to the next course. Valley.
Yeah.
River is rapid. I'll have to concentrate hard, or I could miss a good shot. I'm sorry, dude. You're not going to concentrate hard. Just fascinating, though. And of course, it's like, thinking more on it, it's the main draw of it, though, would be that is such an easy ploy to play on a streamer. Like, because of course, what's the thing streamers don't want? They don't want bots in their channel. And of course, you're going to stress people out by having a bunch of bots show up consistently. Wow, I just realized how malicious that system is now. Because by constantly stressing a streamer out by having bots show up constantly, oh crap, my controller. You'd actually cause a lot of streamers to give up, because you'd end up causing a lot of them inadvertently to leave because they're constantly dealing with bots. And that's a very malicious way to get rid of people. Because of course, if you're one of those streamers who views it as competition, you'd want to find clever or sneaky ways to get people out without ousting yourself as the one doing so. And that's probably the smartest way possible. Highly troubling, but intriguing. Oh, Mankey. Oh my goodness, look at those mountains. Oh, look at all the good lads over there. Oh, there's a Goldeen. Oh. Why is that Mankey? That Mankey is mauling over there. There we go. Yeah. My throwing is very bad. I apologize. Sand Slash. Look how cool he looks in this game. Seething, coping, molding. Kind of pathetic on their part. Yes, it is, but also disturbing, distressing, but clever. I got you, dude. Yes, excellent. And it's like, it's very pathetic on their part. Like, I will say that it's one of those things, though, that despite its malicious intent, it is still an impressive feat because it's clever. Like, granted, I'm not gonna say that that's a good thing. I'm just gonna say that it is. Dratini. Right. Oh. Oh. It's been. Spin. Ew, 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 ew. That thing is spinning rapidly about me. My goodness. I miss Staryu being so weird. Seething, coping, and molding. Hello. Whoa. I'm so confused why this thing is still spinning about me. Whoa. Oh, it evolves! Whoa, 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 hey, whoa. I want pictures of the Starmie, please. Oh, I missed. Oh, nuts. Ah! I hope I get another chance to catch Starmie, but man, those Mankeys are molding. There is intrigue though in that kind of thing, right? Where you have something. And this map was actually a little bit more intense than I thought. I like the natural evolution though that this whole game goes through, where you just have this sort of consistent. Oh, there's a map over there. Oh, I need to activate this button somehow. How do I do that? Missed a bunch of stuff though throughout that whole time. I wish I got a picture of the Starmie, but it was moving very fast. Hope one Squirtle's wearing sunglasses. Oh, I bet there is one. There's got to be one. All right, well, we didn't get everything there, so we're gonna have to try again later. But oh, I just saw that. I just saw that, and it's really okay. Yeah, right there, right above the gate. Did you see it? Okay, if you have a moment, take the stream, go back like 20 seconds, look above the gate. There's a very clear line where the skybox is, and to me, it's kind of funny. I know it's like, it's just me poking at it, but it's really funny that the skybox is not 5 feet away from where you're coming in. Like, that is very close to the entrance. It's kind of funny. Let's see. What's the best Mankey I got? I think that one. Mankey. That's a fantastic Geodude picture. I like that this is also very close to the anime because they're having a lot of the same voice line stuff going on. So I do think that is where this game is absolutely shining, is in being very close to the anime. I think it's very cool. Because of course a lot of the kids at the time are going to have seen the anime. Oh, both controllers are saying it. Uh-oh. I might need to switch Joy-Con soon. See, did I get all of the images I need though? I did. Okay, cool. I think I'm gonna switch controllers right now before they die on me mid-level, so hang on. I will just move my desk really quick. Let's see. Down. Hang on. Moment. Ah. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. I hope that it's not loud. I hope that's not loud for you guys. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I haven't actually asked this whole time, but I hope the game volume is I hope the game volume's been good for you guys, because I have to turn up the Switch a considerable amount compared to other consoles. Which is funny to me, because I feel like it's weird that the Switch is very quiet in comparison.
You were
Ah, I didn't get the good first shot. That's okay. Nope, it's good. Okay. That's good to know. 600 pose, very nice. It's like the archetypical Geodude pose with the hands up and stuff. It's really good. Volume is good. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I always do kind of worry because I always feel like my sense of what is too loud and what is too quiet sometimes isn't always the best, but it's one of those things I just always worry about. But yeah, it's okay.
Wonderful.
Let's see.
Wait.
Ah, I was off a little bit. That's okay. This is Squirtle. I hope you know what Squirtle is, Professor Oak. You quite literally have one all the time. Let's see, 46. A suspicious switch. Good luck. Okay, how do I trigger that switch then?
Welcome back.
I feel like I'm gonna check. I need to check the valley a few more times because we're at the point where the valley is kind of the next place we need to do things. Let's see. I also need to land some better shots so I can. I don't think this is the map I need to. Oh wait, no, this is the map I need to get Gyarados. I remember. Oh, missing a lot of stuff. Meh. Definitely not easy. The slightest. I think it's a Golem up there, I think, or a Graveler. I think it's Graveler. Yeah, aim high enough. That's all right though. Funny, it's funny seeing how these Pokemon just react to their surroundings like this. Ooh. Also, I really want to know what instrument this is because I feel like the instrument they use for the whistling is always just fascinating. Ah, nope, missed it. That's all right. Yeah, miss. This part of this level is interesting because it's a little bit more complex. It's a little bit harder to actually get ahead on it. It's really hard to get a footing on the. Particularly for me, it's about getting a footing on actually getting a Pokemon to do something. Actually, surprisingly difficult. Like trying to get the shots lined up and trying to get everything as you hope you can get. Like getting all the. Yeah, man, getting Dratini's tough. The tough thing is trying to rapidly press A and then. Oh, I only got one of them. Oh, I see. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong and what I did right this time. Curious and curious. Oh, Magikarp. Oh. Ah, and the tough thing is that it doesn't count if they're not. It's funny because it doesn't count as an image of the Pokemon unless you land the shot with them in frame, like on the, like properly on the cursor. So it's not like. There we go. That's an okay image. That's good. Ah, that'll do. Oh well. Tough luck. That's okay though. I'm honestly surprised it took this long for us to have a run where we didn't get anything like anything productive done. I do feel like at this point though I have to play a stream of the new Pokemon Snap because I do own it. I played it personally myself a time ago, and I feel like I need to play it again because I really want to compare them. I want to compare the two now. I will just do the comparisons. One picture of Graveler. Where in this image is Graveler? All the way back there. Where is the Graveler? It's like where's Waldo, but just a little bit sillier. Some of these images, you just, man, they're good. you end up with a gold one every now and then. Alrighty, I'm not taking that picture of Graveler to Professor Oak because that is very silly. Let's see how this one did. Let's see, 300, so better size. Pose, it's splashing 800, so we got a pose this time, so that's fantastic. Pokemon's middle of the frame,
Well done.
much better than the last one. I like this stuff though. This is pretty good. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of good stuff this game does, and I feel bad that I missed it. I feel bad that I missed this way back in the day. Then again, I also didn't have an N64 back then, so I definitely feel like catching up is going to be a lot of fun. With the pose, it's jumping 800, and technique middle.
Wonderful.
And we got it. Who's that Pokemon? Shows the back of a Graveler. It's a boulder. It's a rock. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
Welcome back.
It's a rock. Oh, my throat's a little bit dry. I had a spicier dinner tonight. It's giving me the difficulties. Let's see. I think I remember what I need to do for this, but so I know that switch is part of unlocking the next course, but how to do so? That's funny that the LOD does that. They're bonking all of them is the problem. Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and it's in great shape. I can't get close enough to the sand shrews to... Maybe by being calm? Seems to be like this is really paying dividends, is just staying right here. Oh, missed it. Wow, that Graveler climbs fast though. Imagine if I got to see SpongeBob riding a Graveler around as an image, I would love that. I guess you don't need a license to drive a rock either. I mean, no, but to be fair, that's why the pioneers drew them. They didn't have license back then. Bonk. Yeah, see, there's the skybox. You can see it right there. Oh wait, I want to try and get Starmie again. Come here, you. How are you? Come here. Ark. Oh. Well, that was a mistake. Just there's something really comedic about the visual of a star you just floating up into space. Just like really comedic about that sort of movement. Just really just kind of took off. Oh, maybe I could. Oh, that's right. Wait. Whoa! What on earth? Hi. How are you doing? You are very big. How are you? That actually scared the crap out of me. I was like, oh, hey, what's gonna come out of there? Oh, just throw the pester ball. And then the Dragonite pops out. Just that. Oh, that was worrying. Hello. Oh, maybe I need to not hit them in the face. Maybe. I think I need to get all the Squirtle down here, like not touch them. I think I need to control my trigger finger so I don't accidentally knock all the Pokemon out. Maybe I can... Oh well. Also, oh, this is actually a fantastic level to talk about how water was done in this era too. Because look, it's a 2D texture that they're overlaying as a polygonal object rather than as a 3D moving. Like, obviously, you're not gonna have 3D complex. You know, you're not gonna have complex water equations. You're gonna have polygons, and you're just gonna sell the illusion with moving surfaces and also with the splash sprite appearing wherever the apples and the pester balls hit the water. Really well done. It's textbook work in at this field. It's really good. All right, well, that's the best Graveler I got, so I'll take it. And Sand Slash, I have... That one's pretty good. That one's all right. He looks like he's hyping you up. Imagine, if you would, throwing a rock inside of a whirlwind and seeing an actual dragon pop out and proceed to point at you, making it very clear that he knows who threw it. He knows who threw it. He knows you did it. Dragonite knows all of our sins. You know, I thought about it as I said it, and it still didn't make a lot of sense. Just, yes. Do you think this, oh, what was the show? It was the Blue and the Pink Dragon kids show. Two kids and like the two dragons. Oh, geez, why is it lost on me? I'd have to come back and leave a gift if that happened. That is fair and reasonable. That is fair and reasonable. He just comes up, just you. Pokemon's right in the middle of the frame. Got a fantastic picture of Dragonite. So we have 50 kinds of Pokemon, a suspicious switch. Okay, so I'm not any closer to the switch being open.
Welcome back.
Dragon Tails? Oh, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yes. It was like, it was in the tip of my tongue. It's like, I know it's Dragon something. Dragon Tails, yeah. It's like, I feel like Dragonite would have fit very well in on that show, honestly. Okay, so how do I do this? You know, I'm just gonna not touch these guys. Hello, guys. How you doing? Hello, small ones. How are you? There are a lot of them now. Okay, I'm just gonna let that be. Need to remember. I remember that there's a level where you have to hit Magikarp a long way. You have to hit Magikarp a very long way, and then after you do so, you get the reward is getting a Gyarados picture. But I don't remember if that's this level or a later one. I just remember that because it's a well-known, like, sort of trick in the game. Eat. It's hard to get a good Graveler picture. Oh, that's Graveler. Face away from the camera, though, which is sad. Yeah. Get down. Get down from there, you fool. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? That's okay. I wonder what the Pester Ball's made of, because the Pester Ball seems like it does have the potential to knock a Pokemon out. Just curious, because I don't know why it would have that requirement. Hello. How are you? Hello. Can I bonk the star? I feel like it's just I have to not touch it. I feel like that's what it is. I feel like I'm missing the point. Maybe it's just because I have to take an image, take a picture of it. Wow, missed again. And my trigger finger does not save me this time. That's okay. I can get more pictures of Dragonite at least. Hello. The noise it makes. You. He just points and goes, you. Oh, Squirtle's friends didn't show up. Wait, how am I supposed to get them to show up here? Because they clearly are supposed to get down here, right? Because I remember last time I got the Squirtle, the first time I was, how come the first time I got here, I was far more successful at actually getting something done? Ah. Oh well. That's okay. How do I open you? But yeah, so also, yeah, here's the skybox I was talking about. If you can see the clear line there, right, on the where the clouds are supposed to meet, it's a very well done. Maybe it was by hitting them at the start. Maybe. I'll have to try it. I'll have to try it again. But yeah, that line there is where the skybox is, and it is a well done skybox though. I do think it's a well done skybox, but when you see the line, that is a classic. It's considered a error, but it's something that used to happen a lot more often back in the day, and it's something that can't happen if you don't tile it, if you don't do the box creation correctly. I've shown that one to Professor Oak, but which one's better? Let's see. Well, that one's facing away. Do I have any images that I think would do well at this point? I think this one's good. But it'd be like that. Maybe it was hitting them by the start, though, so I'm gonna try that this time. I'll try that this time. I'm gonna go one more time. And then otherwise, I should try the other maps and see if I can't find any other secrets. Let's see. 800, so not as good somehow. Pose. It's the exact same picture, just slightly worse. I wish there were more jobs where you could get scored based on this, like on a weird metric like this, where it's, oh yeah, there was the Big Doug trio. Yeah, the Big Doug trio was, yeah, I got that picture, but it didn't say I could use it for anything. It's kind of like that in the cave where I got that picture of the Mewtwo constellation, where it was just like, oh, it's a cool looking landmark, but it didn't. Oh, you know what? I think I know now how to get Lapras. I think I know how to get Lapras now, but I'm very uncertain. Or at least a better picture of Lapras, I think, but I'm very uncertain. Bonk. Bird. Yeah, it's like the skybox is very clear when you can see it, but honestly, the entire game looks very, very good aesthetically. Tiny dude. Oh, I love Butterfree. Butterfree's a good one. I think I'm gonna try it one more time after I do this, because I think I know what to do for Lapras at this point. Lapras! Hello. Yeah, I think I'm getting better at figuring out. I think I'm trying to inure myself to the puzzle element that I'm not quite getting yet. Because clearly the Pester Ball is more useful than I'm giving in. There it is. There it is. Yep, I see it. I see you. I think I need to throw the Pester Ball. Every time I can see Lapras, I need to throw the Pester Ball. I think it's coming back. Maybe. Hope so. I hope I got this right, because hopefully that'd be very cool if I got that right. Hello. Hope I did it right. Dodo, come back. Wah. Oh well. Where's Eevee though? Maybe I can. Oh no, I hit Eevee really right in the head. Oh no. Poor baby. Whoa. Chansey! I did not know it could do that. That is fascinating. Well, that was cool. I didn't know I could do that. Well, that was a worthwhile endeavor. Yeah, that's right. I hope. I hope. We hope so. Hey, if nothing will solve the world's problems, hope will. All right, let's see. Let's see if I got this accurate. I doubt I did it right, though. Nope, I don't think there's anything showing up here. Ah, well. Ah, nuts. We got Chansey, though. That was cool. You know what? It was not a trip that was without reward, so that was well worth it. I think. I'm trying my best not to, with this game in specific, I really don't want to look anything up, because I think this game is especially, I want it to be, I want the discovery to be mine. Oh, this picture of Professor Oak. Yes. I think it's also just because it's more fun taking what I can and do it and seeing how far I can get. Of course, we're only 2 hours into playing this game, and we've already gotten a fantastic amount of the game. Like, look, there's 51 Pokemon. Pokemon seem to be bowling in the valley. It sure looks difficult. In the valley? What do you mean bowling? Do you mean like the actual game of bowling? in the valley. How do you do that?
Yes.
Well, let's take a quick. Let's go back to the valley and see if we can't figure out how to get them Squirtles where they're supposed to be. Throw apples. Throw apples everywhere. Or no, let's do apples. Apples. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, come here. No. 4. Come here. Okay, I got another one. Okay, I got them all. Maybe that'll work. Hope I got them all. I hit them all, so hopefully that works. I will take another picture of Big Mountain though, because that's fun. That Mankey is so upset. Oh, he throws them back if you hit him with one. I like that. That's a fun little detail. Something really funny about watching watching like, because that's what the allure of these games are, is that the Pokemon Snap games are really good for seeing Pokemon in their natural environment rather than in battles or in places nearby. Fair. I mean, to be fair, if I got hit in the head with an apple, I probably would also be upset. Or, I'm sorry, apple-shaped Pokemon food. Bonk. Okay, well, I hit him. Alright, with the Staryu, I also have to not hit the Staryu during the startup period, as it were. You do have to get a picture, though. Come on. There we go. God, it's so hard. It's so hard because it moves so quick. I like that the lad just spins around you, though. You just have a boy now. I think I got it that time. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, we get start. You get start me now. Now I have to be really on the ball about catching. You've got to be joking me. Not again. Yeah. Oh, I am almost out of pictures. They all showed up, but they weren't. They showed up, but they didn't do anything. I do not know how to deal with this monkey. I do not understand the monkey's power. I'm also down to a very small number of pictures, so it's a bit concerning. Interesting. How do I stop the monkey? I am confused. I am confusion. The monkey is still here. I do find it funny that of all the solutions that we have, getting out of the 0-1 and pressing the button ourselves is not one. But that's because we're in an area of wildlife. It's like a wildlife reserve. If you get out of the car, your life is forfeit. Actually, I remember I was once on a trip to Yellowstone once upon a time, and I remember that the main thing that was like a safety concern was that if you get out of your car in a natural park, in like any park like that, where the animals are the ones that the park was made for, not the people, you suddenly have a absolutely scary amount of people thinking, oh, well, the animals won't hurt me. And it's like, you get out of your car, you're gonna test that theory. And that's kind of that's what I'd call troublesome, to be honest. Do you use a film camera in the new Pokemon Snap 2? Wondering how they limit the pictures with modern tech. As I recall, they limit it, if I recall correctly, I think they limit it through it's not a film camera, but what it is though is that you have only a certain amount of data space, I believe. Like it's like an SD card. And I know that also I'm trying to remember though, because I don't even know if they limit your picture taking. Because the thing is that it's like if you can't, taking a ton of pictures doesn't help you much though, so. I will have to play the new game again, because I feel like I'm not remembering enough about it to be as helpful as I could be. Have any images that are... That one's just horrendous. Some of these are really silly, I'm not gonna lie. Let's try this one. We'll try it. Oh, yikes, that's rough. Okay. Let's try it.
Yes.
But it's funny because you use this weird like digital looking camera, but it has the aesthetic, like it has the aesthetic look of the camera used in this game. So it is weirdly close. Let's see, size, same.
You were close.
It's the same score as last time. It doesn't really matter. I see. I get some more water. Ooh. Oh, oof. But the new game also has some features that are a little bit more specific, because they also have features like instead of having the pester ball and the food, they have I think it's just apples, and they have this other ball. It's called the Lumina ball, and it's because the game takes place on a specific island. Yeah, I was thinking they would try to keep the gameplay close. Right, and that's what they try to do. And I think they do a good job of that, where they keep the two games pretty similar in terms of their like ideas. Let's see. All right, I think I'm gonna go through each of the courses really quick, and I'm gonna go through each of the other courses really quick and see if I can't find any other secrets. And then try Valley again, because I feel like Valley I'm getting close, but I'm not getting close enough. Main trouble I'm having is that I'm not sure what to do about... Oh, whoops. Honk, honk, honk. Oh, he's just knocked out. But it is, it's very interesting when you look at that kind of stuff. Especially for gameplay, because I'm really happy because I have two games from the same series that I can directly compare to each other, like on a whim, which is really cool. And I think I should definitely do that with this game series. I missed. Not quite sure how to get Zapdos to wake up, because that's I know that's Zapdos because we have Moltres and Articuno, but I swear the secret would be one of those things. I don't know what it would be though. Hey Drifter, how's it going today? Having a good one, I hope. Woo. I will say I'm still on holiday. It's the second day of the Chinese New Year. Ah, that's right. That's right. I hadn't really thought about how everybody was celebrating the Lunar New Year today. So happy Lunar New Year, everyone. I kind of forgot about that. It's not that I guess it's not that I forgot. It's just more that it's no. I just kind of forgot. No, I forgot. I'm a goober. No, I forget. Sometimes I forget things. Oh, I should have opened this door. Should have opened it earlier. What does that do? Peculiar. That's peculiar. It's good that you're on holiday, though. At least you get to spend some time relaxing. Oh my goodness. The way that these goobers act is, Hello. That's cool. It's not something that's in your culture. We need to be hyper aware of it. Ah, yes. So no need to be hyper aware of it. No, it's not about being hyper aware. It's just like, it's more, well, and it's, I think it's good of me to be aware of these kind of things, because I do put faith in the Zodiac, and I do put faith in these sorts of things anyway, because it's good to be aware of people's cultures. Not like hyper aware. Like, I'm obviously not going to be like, I don't know if I'd like go super out of my way to like have like a Lunar New Year like party or anything, but I definitely think it's good of me to be aware of those kind of things, because it's also a great place for learning, because it lets me see what other people do and learn about that sort of thing. Especially because it's, you know, to me, knowledge is power, and power is what you use to write cool stuff. So I definitely did want to be more aware. So I should definitely do some more research, because I feel like I know weirdly little about the Lunar New Year celebrations. At least, you know, for me. At least just in terms of what I know and understand. Oh, that's like that's the best Magnemite pose. I like that one. Oh, this magnet's on? Well, we didn't find any new secrets, but we did at least get some new pictures. So maybe we'll get something good. We shall see. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be very not busy the week after the game, after Red Genie comes out, because man, am I going to be just out like a light the whole time. Oh, that's exact pose. So that's perfect from the side. We finally found a contender for the Facebook profile picture. Excellent. Now it's just a different version of it. This is Zubat. How's the size? It's not great. Pose is good. Technique, not in the middle of the frame. But it's not very good. We will continue. But it's cool. I do like the Zodiac is something that's interesting, because I remember I was born year of the Ox, and that was 97 for those who keep track. And it's funny because as a Capricorn as well, it's my stubbornness is doubled down, which has both been my bane and my blessing, which is it's not necessarily that I would say that the Zodiac determines people, but it inclines people to them. Here's the basic info. There are 15 days to the Chinese New Year, but other cultures like the Japanese and Korean, who also follow the lunar calendar, don't have a full 15 days of celebration. Okay, that's interesting. That's So I imagine that the full 15 days, like I'm thinking about like the full 15 days must be, at least in my mind, it would feel like it's not exactly religious, but cultural as a result. But I wonder what culturally caused that divide between the those who do a full 15 days and those who don't. So I'm not quite sure what were the no more religious. It's more religious based. Ah, I see. So it's okay. That makes sense. Okay. Not even close to the original with the surfing Pikachu. Interesting. I was unaware of this, so that's so when it's Buddhism. Ah. Okay, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to me, actually. I guess it's funny because I didn't quite consider that. I guess it's just one of those things where I haven't thought so much about the because I'm not aware of what the Buddhist of those of the Buddhist following. I'm not aware of their holidays because I actually wasn't aware that Buddhism really had holidays. I guess because I guess most of my perspective is through the people I do know who follow the Buddhism, and it's not something that's often discussed. Then again, the friend I have that does follow Buddhism, it's kind of funny because we don't necessarily talk about stuff like that often, so it's not something I just ask questions about constantly. Intriguing though. It's fascinating stuff though. Just also, there are 12 animals in the Chinese zodiac. Funny enough, there's lore in the zodiac that tells why cats and rats hate each other. That's fascinating. Oh, small one, how are you? Oh no! Don't hit the baby. I love the baby. That's fascinating, though. I didn't know that. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know about the Zodiac. I just am aware of it. Ah, adorable little baby. Ah, Vulpix is great. I think I remember also that there used to be the theory that the Pokemon, like the fire starter, was always based on the Chinese Zodiac, as I recall, and that kind of got broken up after a few generations. Because I don't know if Skeldurge counts. I immediately thought of the anime Fruits Basket. I do not know this one. I think I should. Oh no, he knocked out Sharp. Oh, he evolved. Whoa, whoa. That was fascinating. Didn't know that could happen. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, Fruits Basket explained the Chinese zodiac to me. Okay, I didn't know that that anime did that. I didn't know the anime had stuff about it, so I guess I gotta go check that out too. I'm adding to my list of anime I need to go watch. Oh, look at the baby! Hello, small one. How are you? Puppy. Puppy. Big puppy. As a big puppy. Bonk. All right, cool. We did it. That one is also on Hulu. Intriguing. So it's about the Zodiacs. The main characters included the cat and the rat. Oh, interesting. It's built into the premise. Oh, my boy. I will bring my boy back. He's done. He's got some time to sit. Ooh, let's see. In the legends, the order of the Chinese zodiac is determined by a race. Apparently, the rat and the cat used to be best friends, but the cat is lazy and asked Rat to wake him up in time for the race. But Rat, being sneaky, didn't wake the cat and ended up missing the race altogether. It's already a generations-long feud. Oh, I see. Okay. I remember hearing about the race, but I wasn't aware of all of the details. So that's makes a lot of sense why those two would then hate each other for time to come. Also, I saw the Future Savior was the one who redeemed for my boy. Very excellent. How's it going? I like the little walking stance. It's adorable. Excellent. Got some good imagery. Look at the lad. Beautiful. I'm gonna get one of these fire breathing picks. There we go. Very good. Very good indeed. Excellent. We've been having a lot of fun with this one. Alright, let's see. Go to Professor Oak. Excellent. Question for anyone. Is it important to finish college as quickly as possible? That kind of depends, because the way that I learned education, I know my education personally was, I did my college required 4 years and 2 what were called co-ops, which are basically just job placements. I did all of my education first, then did my job placements. But I went into college straight out of high school because that was the path that was laid before me. But it's not necessarily something that everybody does. I also know some family members that they didn't finish college until they were well into their 40s. Like, it's some people don't finish it straight away, and some people their education path is not the same as everyone. Everyone goes at their own pace, right? I think that's true, Mtendo, and I don't think that education is something that is the same for everybody. If it was, Rat also won first place ahead of the Ox, striking a deal with it and crossed the river at the end of the race, and then promised to carry it across the river while the Rat sang while they crossed. When the finish line was crossed, the rat leaped off the Ox to steal first place. The Rat just did everything he could to win through cleverness alone. But yes, right, just go through his personal stuff at home. Just want to see outside opinion. Ah, I see. That's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to ask open forums about such things, because it's good to ask those kind of things. Or other Vulpix. Here's some extra stuff. We got some good stuff there. Very good. But it's fascinating how much of the mythos of the Zodiac is how much it informs a lot of the storytelling. Like the storytelling in turn then tells a fair bit about how these sort of conceptions around the people, you know, like the people who are born under certain signs of the Zodiac, and about those ideas and conceptions, which I think is really cool. It looks hot. I see. Oh yeah, we got a lot of points on that one. That was fantastic. Fantastic image. But and I've been learning a lot more about myths lately, because I've been watching Overly Sarcastic Productions. I've been watching their Miscellaneous Myths and a lot of their myth stories. And I've also been watching, and I've been reading some books on myths and all that. It's fascinating. You have a scholarship or, oh, let's see, more books, more learning stuff. You have a scholarship or grant that runs out after a certain number of years and you're tight on money. It might be good to graduate before you have to pay too much. Get all you can out of that kind of discount and then leave. But of course you can return later. Yes. And of course, there's a lot of scholarships that most people don't know about. So it's great to look up those things and find additional information. Tons of embers. And that's the kind of stuff that's really not well known. But yeah, I think it's good when you can finish it with, like, if you're getting funded for it, it's great to finish it early, but not always required.
Well done.
Oh, it's much better. Excellent. But yes, myths and stuff are very cool. I actually had the thought that I had a thought recently about myths, and
Welcome back.
it's something that's curious because a lot of times we don't think about writing myths. We think about writing about myths turned into characters, like the Greek mythology, and turning it more into using those as characters instead, which is intriguing. I have some insight to finishing education early. My whole country has debates about it because conscripted military forces all the guys to delay their education. Many women here end up desiring older men because they are the ones who are more financially stable after taking the 2-year hit to their timeline. That's interesting. Because oftentimes they're forced to get a job after that point, because they have to either get the education after the military, the forced conscription, or you'd have to get some sort of job straight out of the military conscription. I see.
Yes.
Intriguing. And of course, some people do that. Some people go right out of high school or in the middle of college and go do something else. I can think of a lot of the ROTC that do such things. Let's see. Buster Ball. Oh, I see. This is what I needed to do. I see. No, let me hit the boy. Hit the boy. Yeah. Come here. Wah. No. Oh well, that's fine. See, I had JRTC myself. Most of the guys here end up only going to university after the military, which makes sense because you'd only be able to after the military. Oh, hey, Sandrew. Small one. How are you? I love him. I see. I imagine for some people it must be difficult to get back into it from that point. Only going to university after the military. Yeah, which I know some people would be hard-pressed to do that, right? Oh, I see what I need to do. Oh, I see. I need to knock down both Geodudes to knock down Graveler. I see, I see. The tier break can stop education be jarred for some. Many can't get back into the flow. That makes sense. Maybe if I throw to the waterfall? Nope. Ah. Hello. Hello. More monkey. Monkey. Yeah, that's a tough thing, right? Because it's a struggle, because you have to decide, is it going to be worth it? Squirtle, get up. Go, my dude. Oh, I think I got him to move. Wait, I think I got what I needed. But yes, I guess to put a cap on the education for now, just to, like, as a sort of good point, is that I don't think stopping education is always the best move, but I do think that taking education at a pace that is comfortable is really important. How do I work? How do you work? What are your mysteries, button? I do not understand this button. This is a very pointy mountain. I am uncertain. I think you have to use the pestilence ball on the button. I have tried it before. You have to get a Pokemon to press the button. In order for the buttons to work, you need a Pokemon to press it, which is very difficult. But it's not quite happening, which is confusing me. We do have new pictures to Squirtle, though, which is good. And we have Sandshrew. Very good. Look at Absolute best boy. Excellent. That's okay. We'll try that Goldeen. Try it at least. You know what's actually one thing I have noticed about this game that the new game does do is that the new game actually will give you points if other Pokemon in general are in the frame. Not just the Pokemon that you're the subject. It actually looks for other Pokemon besides the species you're taking pictures of. Which is interesting because it's not necessarily easy to understand. Let's see what we got though. I have to figure it out though. I do think it's the Squirtles though. Let's see. Let's see what we got score-wise though. Sorry, I wanted to look something up because I was just curious more than anything, but I found out there's a lot of goofy stuff in this game that's really funny. Namely just that there's so much more that there is, because I was like, oh, I'll look up one thing, and I was like, okay. But it seems that I was accurate on one thing at least. So I at least wanted, because I feel like at this point I'm like, okay, no, I should look. Let's see. Scores are looking really good though. We got some really good scores that time. See what we got. Oh well, just a slightly worse one. That's not great. Yowdy, hey Cloudy, how's it going today? Yowdy indeed. We're doing good though. I think I figured out, at the very least, thinking about it, I think I know what I need to do. So I think I know what needs to be done. We're playing Pokemon Snap though.
Yes.
We're playing the feud, as it were. Even though there's no feuding, it's just watching cute Pokemon. It's a nature show. Okay. So I do know that the Squirtle are what's necessary. I'm good. Had an interesting day. How's the game going? Very good. We're having a lot of fun with this one. Also, just getting to have good conversation too. Okay, maybe if my aim is better than... No, I think I missed that one, actually. Portal. Actually, wait, can I retry? There's a retry button. I did not realize how easy that retry button is. Also, an interesting day is a good day. Even if it's not like, I think interesting is always more fun, personally. Let's see. I think I gotta go to a certain angle, maybe? That's a whiff. Curious. Yeah. Okay, I need to get better at that because my aim is horrible. My aim is not very good at this point, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Getting a little bit better. Honestly, this game's been a lot of fun. It's been very cozy. The kids would call this one very cozy. Cozy 100, if you would. Okay, that's 3. Okay. Okay, and then the lofty shot. No, 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 no. Maybe? Nope, that did not count. That didn't count. Wow, I need to get all 5 of them, that's actually surprisingly difficult to do because you have to do it really fast. And it's aiming on an arc. Last night, watched a movie I will never suggest to anyone ever, and then the menu. So is the menu the movie that's like recommended, or? Oh, whoops. Well, that's a ripperoni for me. Watch the movie I'll never recommend ever, and then the menu. So you watch 2 movies, or is it the menu is the one movie? I am confusion, but also because my brain is slowly melting a tiny bit. 1. Oh, our baskets. 3. Oh, yeah, come on. Come. Eh. Okay, maybe I should just go through the rest of the level and see it. All right, wait. No, one more retry. One more retry. There was the bad movie, then another movie that was better. Oh, I see. Now I'm curious. I at least want to know what the bad movie was, just so I know what to just so I know the name of it. Not that I'm gonna go watch it, just at least I'm curious. Oh crap. No. I'm happy the retry is an instant load though. It's not like oh, we have to reload the whole level. Just oh no, we just pop you right back to the beginning. It's fine. This game actually is really good. What of it? Watch it for the meme. It's like Spider-Man 3, right? Okay, so it's slightly above the target. Oh, that was a whiff. Oh, nuts. That was also a whiff. Oh, crap baskets. All right, I do know I need all these. I think I need to, because now I know I can land them all. So I'm like, no, I gotta get it. Okay. I think I see the timing. I think. Surprisingly difficult to aim this. Oh my goodness, please no. Yeah. You have to hit the top of them, which is surprisingly difficult. That's surprisingly difficult. Bad movie had some racism and homophobia. Fiance didn't Google it before buying. It's called House Shark. Ah. Good to know actually, because I'm not often one to go watch movies, but it's good when I have some forewarning about movies that are just ugh. Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun. Lofty shot. Oh, that was a whiff. Meh. Maybe I need to wait for that one? Maybe? I'm uncertain. It was like from 2017-ish, not for the meme then. Yeah, that's a big oof. 2017 though, that's really late for a movie of that kind of like stuff. I don't know, it seems odd to me. That's 3. Come on. There we go. The lofty one. Nope. Okay. You know what? We're just going to take it and see if this works. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works. Go, little dudes. Go have fun. Might as well just try it. That's sad though that you had to watch a really not fun movie. Move it, monkey. Wah. Mankey. Had good ones, but still, however, the best part of the movie was the suit they made for the house shark, but they dismantled it afterwards. Ah, I see. Interesting how movies end up like that, though, where you have like those just bizarre... It's almost like bizarrely dated in a sense, right? Where it's just weird how dated a movie can be. One. Hey, we got Gravor down. Hey, there we go. Well, that was cool. I actually got that. Yeah, it's tough when you have a movie that's like, oh, it has good moments, but the rest of it is just kind of like, oh, geez. I will say that if I mention my favorite movie, I feel like it both makes sense, but also is very. It's not it's like my favorite movie is not a movie I like watching. It's more like a movie that it represents. I think it represents more like the weird shift that when I realized the power of like artistic expression. Because I also read the book. It's All Quiet on the Western Front. I watched the original black and white one in high school, and I watched it for a because I was supposed to watch it as a book report type thing, where it's like, oh well, why, like a movie report thing for a U.S. history. It was for U.S. history, I think, or it was one of the history classes. But I just remember watching it and thinking, why am I watching this? But then I realized it, and it was like, oh, I see. Oh, I see. I just realized what I have to do. The Menu is an interesting movie that I keep thinking about, though. Is it one of those ones where when you watch it the first time, it really hits different because there's a lot of interesting notes throughout it? It definitely had some interesting advertising for sure. What I saw. I missed that. I'm still not sure how to get that last Squirtle. I think there's a hidden slowpoke near the one button, isn't there? No, it's so from what I understand is that so he said bowling, and I think I know what he means is that I have to use the Squirtles in order to hit the Mankey. Because the Mankey's up there on the hill. Also, I missed that other one. Sad. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, question mark? Oh! Okay, well, I did something else. The first watch through is a shock for it. Ah, I see, I see. Intriguing. Also, I just realized that I triggered something that I needed, so I'll take it. That was pretty good. I'll take that. First watch through is a shock for it. Interesting. I feel like I need to watch that movie. I'm really bad about watching things. And it's an interesting piece of personal philosophy. I'm very much an active participant kind of entertainment kind of person, where if I'm not actively in the thing that I'm doing, I feel like I am not doing it right, I guess. Like movies, it's absolutely a pain to get me to go to a movie. Like it has to be either something I'm personally already going to be there for, or it has to be something that is like a very specific movie. I think I whiffed. There he is. What are you doing over there? I got Gyarados. Heck yes. What's a movie you were last interested in watching? Summarize is a horror satire, which is true. What's the movie that you were last interested in watching? Well, I went to go see Black Adam, which I don't think is a fair metric, because that movie was that was almost like a guilty pleasure. But part of that was because I genuinely thought it was fun, because it had a lot of reverence for being almost like purposefully being silly in a weird way. Okay, I see what I need to do. I see what I need to do. I see what I need to do. Okay, so line up. I have to line up a shot and hit him. I see it. I see it now. Yeet. Please hit him. Yes. Okay, that did it. I actually did it. Because I keep seeing it. Puss in Boots makes me want to go see it. I wish I knew if it was streaming somewhere that I could watch, because I would definitely watch it. Because that one actually does look like a lot of fun. All right, well that works. I think it was the realization of wait, bowling, and then I was like, wait a minute. Lake and a house. Hey.
Oh.
Hi, what a surprise to see you here. Why are you out here, Oak? But yes, Black Adam, and I feel like Black Adam was one that I was like, I'll go, because I think it was partially because I wanted to go see it with my mom, because there's something for us to do. But would you like to know why I'm here? Well, I received some interesting information at the Pokemon Lab. Seems there are 6 Pokemon signs hidden on this island. They have something to do with important Pokemon that are here. The signs are scenery which seem to resemble Pokemon. One sign is a mountain that looks like Dugtree. I came here to look for it. However, I can't go deeper into the island, so I can't find it. You know, a mountain that looks like Dugtree? Oh, I have an idea. If you find this Pokemon sign, take a picture of it like you would a Pokemon. You might discover clues from the pictures in the places where you took them. For a piece of information? No, thank you.
Wait.
I'll add a page of Pokemon signs in the report. See you later. I see. Also, movies that I was interested in watching. I still want to go watch the new version of All Quiet on the Western Front. Trying to think of other movies that I can think of off the top of my head that I really want to watch. That's a good image. Like, the Puss in Boots one is up there. I think... That image looks like Gyarados heard you say a pun and absolutely does not like that you said a pun. Absolutely unhappy that you dare insinuate a pun in his general direction. Alrighty, my boy's gonna go back. He does need to. He has some things to go see too. Mostly for Vixie. Let's see. Graveler in the Pokedex. We got, or the Pokemon report. Oh, it fell. 1200. How's the technique? In the middle. Amazing picture. The other picture will now be deleted. This is Gyarados. How's the size? It's so-so. How's the pose? How powerful? Oh, well, that's pretty good. Technique, right in the middle. It looks very Engie. But yes. I think Puss in Boots also is because it's a fantastically animated movie too. Let's return to the lab. We have to do Pokemon science. Welcome back. Here's something to make your search for Pokemon science easier. Wouldn't it be great if the 01 moved faster? Well, now you can use the dash engine if you want to go faster. Easy to use. Press R to make the 01 move faster. Should I repeat this information? No, but thank you. See the Pokemon sign page. Okay, so I need to find all of the things. Let's see. Pokemon signs. Okay. Ah, so I know where the Mewtwo one is, and I know where the... Oh, that's weird. Okay, so I know where the Mewtwo one is, and I know where the Doug Trio is. I think I know where the Coughing is, but I don't know where those other three are, so that's gonna be curious. Okay. Got it. Understood. All right, let me go to the beach really quick, because I did look up one thing, and I do know something now that I need to go do. Also because I have knowledge. Knowledge. I like that you can always bonk the Pidgeys. Back here, Dodo. Thank you, Pikachu. Where is the Kingler, though? That looks oddly suspicious. Oh. Doy. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. It's a lineup puzzle. That's cute. I like that one. That's a clever one. I like that. There's something really nice about how clever that stuff is. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's a clever little puzzle for you. That's cute. Oh, Meowth, how are you doing? Get down from there. Get down from there. Hello, small one. How are you? Meowth. That's adorable. Found the sign. Woo! Oh. The Lapras! I really want to see Lapras up close. I like Lapras a lot. Give me more Lapras. I actually had a Lapras when I played Sword and Shield. It was one of my Elite Four team Pokemon. Did I miss? I messed something up, did I mess something up? I feel like I messed something up. Whoa! Oh, you can move really fast. Whoa, you could really cook with this thing. Yay! Close up. Yes! God, I love how good Lapras looks. Lapras is cool. Alright, now we can go faster. Whee! Yeah, you can really cook with this thing, by the way. You just zip. The dash engine in the new game is not that I don't think it's that fast, because this game it really cooks if you go fast with it. It's insanely fast if you want to go. That's crazy, actually. I feel like I need to play the new game next week so I can make the proper comparison. Like watch this and watch this back and then take some time. Not Pikachu. Signs. There it is. That's like perfectly lined up. Very well, as good as we can get. I like that, just slowly Lapras getting closer. That's cute. I like that. I really like Lapras. I think it's one of those Pokemon that I definitely appreciate it from nostalgia, but it's also just a really good design. It is also a fantastic design, so I keep. Oh boy. I'm trying to think of other movies that I was really excited to go see lately. Because I don't really go see movies, I don't watch anime, it's mostly video game stuff, and even then, sometimes I like going backwards in time instead. Recently I've been on a really hype about reading, so it's been very different. Very different sort of move when you're reading over doing anything else. I guess not a movie per se, but I did really like, I watched the Cyberpunk anime. I watched Edge Runners. That was back when it was relatively new, but how's the size? 430 is much better. The pose, this is a relaxed pose. 1000 unique, right in the center.
Well done.
Amazing. We now have a much better picture of Lapras. Oh, it's exactly the Pokemon sign I've been looking for.
Wonderful.
Your work is impeccable. Keep up the good work. Add the stuff. Wait, let's return to the lab. I did get one of the things. Welcome back. What did we get? You take pictures at a good pace. To make your work easier, here's a present for you. It will come in handy for taking pictures. You like to see rare Pokemon poses. Play this Pokemon flute to make it happen. It's easy to use. Press the C button to play the Poke Flute. Which one is the down C button on a Switch controller? A piece of information? No, thank you. Question. No, not that. No. User guide. Which one's down C? X. Okay, it's X. Wait, really? It's X? Okay. That's actually kind of clever. Alright, let's see. So, funnel. I don't remember if I don't remember seeing anything like the Pokemon signs. But I might. Oh, I think I know what I can do with the Poke Flute. I think. You there. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out how this thing really works, but it's not clear to me yet how the flute works, but perhaps it'll become illuminated to me in time. Excuse me. Oh, well, this gives me time to look around at least. You killed it. I did try my best. See. I think I'm not really understanding how to not quite understanding how to do. That was cool. I think I need to get Pikachu closer to that to get Zapdos out, maybe? No, I meant you kill the Voltorb by making it explode. Ah, yes, I see. Well, yes, also true. Technically. Allegedly. Theoretically. Too bad. Where is this Pokemon sign, though? It said, well, I also probably just realized that I don't actually know what I'm looking for, so, it's definitely a mistake on my part to not figure that out earlier. Oh, angry one, how are you? Don't know how this works. I do not know how the flute works. I am trying my best to figure it out, and I am not understanding. But that's okay. It's a matter of experimentation. I do like that it plays melodies from the game itself, though. That's always fun. Just spook him away. Yeah, I didn't find anything that really assisted me in my endeavors. But we'll move on for now. Maybe I got some images that are good? We'll see. Oh, that's funny. If you hit the flute near the end of the level, it plays it instead of the regular music. Oh, that's cool. Kind of weird, but intriguing. Intriguing as a thing to happen. Ah, yes. He's just pure whiteness. That's worrying. Let's see. Ah! It's he's got the power. He's got the just the pure rage of the rat let loose, as it were. Very good, very good. Like angry cue ball. It's a very. I'm imagining if you had like a pool table, but all of the balls, if all of your billiard balls were themed after Pokemon, and your billiard table looked like a Pokeball, like a Pokemon battling field, Man, I just realized that Pokemon's been missing on a really cool merchandising method. Are you telling me you wouldn't buy, like, you have like a white ball that looks like, I don't know, like a Premier Ball? You have like all the other, like, you have like as many spherical Pokemon as possible. Like, you have, heck, you could have Pikachu be #1. You could have, you know, obviously it's Pikachu, but you could have like so many Pokemon used in that method. Does it make sense? No. Is it cool? Yes. Oh, it exploded. I see. Drifter, we got extra points for killing him. I see. Most impressive, if mildly disturbing. This is Pikachu. Pikachu's report is already in. How's the size? It's so-so. How's the pose? This pose even zaps even me. 1300. How's the technique? Double points. It still sucks. Your surfing Pikachu is still better. It's still way better. Behold the surfing Pikachu. They really like this. He really likes the surfing Pikachu. Oh man, another one of those. That it's just, yep. You just have to accept your fate. Oh no, yeah, that's another. Yep, we'll just skip through really quick. It's okay. You collect all the Pokemon signs, you'll get the secret course. It's not really a secret if I know that it exists, but also yes. Okay, what is the sign I'm looking for there? What is it? What is it? Pincer. How am I supposed to wait? A pincer? Where the heck is a pincer in that map? Intriguing. Okay, I know the volcano has coughing, and I know where that one is. I actually do know where that one is. Go to the course. I do know where the volcano one is, at the very minimum.
Yes.
And that's because I have on a good authority that I know where it is. Yeah, it's right there. Hello. Bro. I think it's, yeah, it's this one. I think I have to land the pester ball in there? Nope, I didn't get it. Wait, there it is. Oh. Balls. Yes, the most cutting of words. Truly. Truly, I am a man capable of very cutting words. Yeah. There we go. Got it. Okay. Now I can just play the level as normal and have fun checking out Vulpix. Vulpix! Oh, small one. Hello. I wish is there a way to evolve Vulpix? Hello. Oh, small one, how are you? I feel like I like referring to small creatures as small one a lot. I don't know, just even with my own cat, I have a cat, and every time I look at him, I go, "What are you doing, small one?" I just like, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird how often I refer to him as small one. Are they dancing? It's adorable. Oh, they dance to the music. Oh, that's adorable. I like that. That's adorable. I appreciate this greatly. There's just something really funny about him just kind of sitting there going, yes. Look at him. Look at the boy. Look at him have fun. Oh, that's adorable. That's great. Still one of the best pictures. Bust it down, Magmar. Bust it down. Excellent. Excellent. I appreciate getting to do this even more so. Oh, the little baby. Whoa. Oh, the big baby. I look at my cat, sometimes I'll just say it's the child, like an ominous fortune teller. Reasonably so. Amazing job. Just the child. Every now and then I look at my cat and it's just like, son, what do you want? What do you desire? And it's either grass, attention, or both. Because he does like eating grass. It's good for his digestion. Most excellent. We're actually doing surprisingly good on the whole actually finding things this time. I don't know, it's just really funny to look at. All right, so we got this one. We got the sign. We have the boy. It's the child. The child. Okay, this is pretty good. It's like a 3-frame animation of him just going, "Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you. No, I'm not. I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get you." I'm having a little too much fun. It's it's too much fun. Oh, look at the majestic boy. Oh, I love that one. That one actually is a really good, it's just a good picture. He walking. I love the flip-o-rama effect we've been getting so often in this game. Just This is me before and after I stubbed my toe on a table. Excellent. All right, we have what we want, so we're gonna turn that in. Professor Oak, did I do good this time? I hope so, because man, it was worth it. Giant's picture's already in it. It's just funny looking at it. 340, how's the pose? 1,000 pose, it's very nice. How's the technique? Very good. You now have a better image. It's better by 40 points. You may not, imagine if this was the grading that your camera used, like you don't have a say in it doing so. So you just have to deal with, the fact that your camera will judge if your picture's good and then just delete it if it's not better than the last time. This is Magmar. How's the size? 880. Very good. How's the pose? 1,000. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we're not beating Fighting Magmar. The Fighting Magmar is very good. 1,000 points. Oh, that's a perfect score for that one. That's really good. And so many embers, so double.
Well done.
That's probably the best I can get with Arcanine, so I don't need to worry about him anymore. Sadly, even though the doggo is fantastic. How's the size? 770. How's the pose? It's roaring. 1,200. How's the technique? Double. Very solid. I love this. I just love this. Oh, this is this Pokemon sign I've been looking for. Wonderful. Excellent. If you collect all the Pokemon signs, you'll be able to enter the secret course. It rates the group picture where you blinked higher than any other. Of course. Every time, because you have more of everybody else in the picture. So it counts that as being better. Okay, so Pinsir. How do I get Pinsir? Alright, wait. Actually, wait. Let me go to the Pokemon report. I need to see really quick. Okay, what am I looking for with the Pokemon signs? So I'm looking for a Pinsir, a Cubone, the Mewtwo, and Dugtrio. Okay, so Dugtrio, we might as well just go get Dugtrio real quick. That one's gonna be quick and easy. I at least know where Dugtrio is, so that's gonna be easy. I'm also gonna save really quick.
Yes.
Did I keep going? Yes, go to course. I do know where Dugtrio is, so that's gonna be really quick and easy.
Yes.
Ooh, I should stretch really quick. Ah, there we go. I am gonna try and do the Squirtle again, because why not? Or, well, I already messed up, but that's okay. Maybe this time I can get the one up front? Nope, missed it. We can get Gyarados again, though, so that's good. I feel like that would be really funny, though, if you ended up having to deal with that, where you just have to... If your camera itself can determine what is a good or bad picture. Oh, I hit him. Poor baby. Also, I missed that. There are some Pokemon I just wish were in more games, but I understand that they're not always going to be able to. And it's sad, but it's just how it is. If I can land the lofty shots. I cannot. I am unable to cam. At least we got Sand Slash. Oh, their small one. Ooh! Oh, you could zoom on this. Oh my goodness. There he is. Hey, there he is. Hey, come on. There we come on. There we go. Okay. We're good. We're good. Very cool. Now then. Whee! I love how fast you can go with the zoom function. You just go whee. I do think this will probably be the best way for me to get a Mankey picture, because I can hit... If I hit the Squirtle into Mankey, I can get a very good Mankey picture. There we go. Go down. There we go. Probably the best way to get a Mankey picture. Imagine though the hypothetical of that. The camera is rating you. It would make you a very good photographer very quickly if you kept getting your pictures deleted. He is molding. Okay, he's still alive. Oh, thank goodness. I was about to say, speeding up makes it like a roller coaster simulator. It really does. It just kind of zooms when you hit the button. It just takes you off. It's fascinating. The speed up button in new Pokemon Snap, I do know is a little bit slower. Like they very clear, like, yeah, we want to make it fast, but not super fast, which is weird. Because I feel like the whole point is that you want to be able to zip through a level rather than doing, you know, one thing or the other, but it still works. All right, there's that one. Oh, I like the jumping one. The jumping one's good. I think such a hypothetical camera would make you very good at taking generic photos and be bad with landscapes. Oh, landscapes would be horrible with that. Or sky photos. Yeah, you'd have to... It would be, like, really arbitrary when you do it with that stuff. Bleh. Bleh. Another one of those where it just... one of those really good... Well, this one's really good, actually. Really good because it looks like he's about to slap you in the mouth. Alrighty. To the oak. To the Oakman. We must go. It's most of the pictures I take, honestly. In my household, we actually have a lot of pictures of, like, local nature. Like flowers in the yard or deer or other birds, like environments. I really love environments. I feel like a lot of my album covers, I feel like I want to move more towards doing environmental pictures rather than anything else. Because I really like environments. I really like landscapes. They're really cool. They're really nice to look at. It's the kind of thing that if I were to have a lot of paintings, that would be what I'd want, is like landscapes and stuff. Not necessarily of like a subject per se, but something else. So I don't know. That's the kind of thing I would really like. It's a personal bias, but I do really like it when pictures have a focus. But like this game, I think is a fantastic example of it, where I think some of these pictures are really good looking and they're really fun. But I also like being able to take pictures of landscapes. I think video game photo modes has become one of those things that's really pretty because it lets you take pictures of the world as you see it. And I really like that. Oh, it's so for the size. My goodness. And the Pokemon's right in the middle, so we have a much better picture now. And the Pokemon side.
Oh, wonderful.
Save the results of today's trip. If you collect all the signs, you'll be able to enter the secret course.
Welcome.
We're making rapid progress, though. I'm still not 100% sure where that other one is. The pincer. The Cubone I'm a little bit confused on too, but I'm not super concerned that I'm not gonna be able to find that one. But too bad. Ditto. I like that you can find Ditto. I don't know. Like in these games, it's like, look at this environment. It's very dreamlike and very interesting, you know? And I think they do a great job of doing the environments in these games. Especially with how they do these very dreamlike environments. Because a lot of these places feel very odd, especially if you're thinking about you know, places where Pokemon live, it's like, oh, well, are you... Let's see. Save. Jigglypuff. Funny, this is about 10 years before we'd ever see, whoops. This is about 10 or so years before we'd ever see fairy typing, so kind of funny that we see this so early beforehand. I'll also get a new picture of Weeping Bell because I missed it last time. Yep, got the sign. There we go. Now we have the... Oh. Way back there, there's another one. My goodness. I like the environments here, too, because it's just fascinating. Can I... I cannot. I am unable to can, clearly. That is unfortunate, but that's okay. Oh, maybe. Oh, I just realized I needed to do that. Oh, I just realized. Bro, help my boy Pika. Also, how's it going? Hey, Delphori. It's going well. We're having a lot of fun. We're playing this good game. We're having a lot of fun with it. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jigglypuff was molding right there. It's going well. It's going well. I'm having a lot of fun. This game has been a really nice way to spend a Sunday evening. It's been really fun. Oh. And yeah, Pikachu got taken, but it's okay. Being upstaged by the flute. Did not enjoy having it singing upstaged by me playing a sick beat on the flute. I wish I could play a flute as well like that. I could play guitar okay, but I don't think I could do a flute like that. Bruh. Bro. Never interrupt the boys song. Yeah, you never interrupt the lad. I did just realize though that I need to play the flute in order to get the Jinx to do anything, so I need to remember that first. Oh man, the Weeping Bell's pretty good. All right, we got the Pokemon, we got the sign. Okay, I did get one of the Zubat pictures. Okay. Pika will be missed but never forgotten. I learned flute for 1 year of high school, never picked it up again. I was actually a clarinet player for a very long time. I guess interesting fun fact about ODaM. I was a clarinet player for a very long time. And I think I still remember a good chunk of how to play it. I was never very good at it. I was good, but I was never like, you know, doing the like putting a lot of my efforts on clarinet. I actually played clarinet mostly in high school past 10th grade. It was mostly so that I could keep playing guitar for my school's jazz bands. Because you needed to be in band to do the jazz bands, so. But I did really enjoy, I do really like the clarinet though. I like the sound of it. This one has Mew if I'm not wrong. That is the final objective, as it were, as I recall. I think. This picture wasn't as good. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I think Flute's very good though. There's another streamer, Quality Individual. Quality as in T-E-A, like the drink tea. Quality Individual, and she's actually a flute teacher, and she's actually quite good at it, as I recall. So it's very good, very cool. I think the flute is a very respectable instrument. It's very good. That's a much better image of Weeping Bell. But yes, I think all instruments have a place in the ensemble of life, and it's very good. Not very good. You were close, but this isn't very good. All right, we'll see you later. All right, so we got Jigglypuff. Excellent. 430. How's the pose? 1000. Technique. And there's other Jigglypuff. It's still worse than singing Jigglypuff, which is kind of funny. Pika.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, Devil4, Pikachu is probably getting a ride from Zubat because Zubat's able to fly and it wants to go around the cave. It's just having a fun time. Don't worry about Pikachu. You know that most Pokemon are friends with each other. Also, if Pikachu didn't want to be there, you know that Thunderbolt would have put that Zubat in the ground. Like, it's definitely not a matter of Pikachu being at the mercy of Zubat. It's Zubat's at the mercy of Pikachu. Yeah, manga Pokemon, not so much. I mean, no, but that's because they got kind of dark with some of that. I do like Poliwag. Look at the lad, look at the boy. He's precious. Oh, there's one in there. Oh, well, I wish I knew that. That would have been far easier. This is also the game Pokemon that makes it way more... Also, this is the game Pokemon that makes it way more darker. Really? This game is really just kind of being calm. This game is very quiet. I will not lie. Yes, mess it up, girl. Oh, there's the Cubone. Oh, I see. Well, that's cool. Got Vileplume. Where's the shelter? Oh, hi. How are you? Don't let it fool you. I mean, it seems like it's very, Devil, I feel like you might be reaching on that one. At the very least with this conclusion. This game is very cute. And I appreciate it greatly. Oh, my friend. How are you doing? Thank you. I have trust issues. Is it because of what they did to is it because of what other games have done to their characters? I don't know. I feel like this game is like very very cute. I like this one. Don't worry, it's not. Well, that's the thing. Not every game is shooting for darkness. Thankfully, graciously, not every game does shoot for darkness. I should probably get a better shelter. That's the button. When I get closer up here, I should probably... I'm gonna try and see if I can get you the darker of this game. Am I? Is it because I'm talking philosophical? Oh, look at the boy. He's playing. Having a fun time. Bonk. Whoa, what the heck is going on over there? What did I just do? What did Pikachu just do? 1K more and I can finally adopt a fox. Ooh, very good. Most exceptional. Bro, what did Psyduck do to you? I am just having a fun time. You hit Psyduck without a reason. I was trying to... he started doing cool poses when I hit him. It was okay. Besides, he got a free apple out of it. It's okay. The apples and balls are meant to not be a big deal. They're meant to be harmless. Yeah, they are meant to be harmless. Pikachu is cooking the soup. Devil, I feel like you just want the game to be darker because it's like more exciting that way. But I don't know. It's just like the way I see it is it's more like when I look at that, it definitely seems more like whoa, these do I go with? I think this one's the one. That was pretty good. I think the way that I see it is it's like Zubat was just like, hey, do you want to ride? Because Pikachu was kind of in that cave, and it's like Pikachu wants to go home. It's like, oh, Pikachu wants to go home? Just send him home. I am not going to be able to get a better Pikachu picture, I swear. Wait, where's the, there it is. I was gonna say, where's the sign? There it is. There we go. Excellent.
Yes.
Though I think it's a different point of perspective, right? Where I think some people will look at a game and say, well, where's the darker imagery? Where's the darker part of it? And then conversely, there will always be people who look for... then there's the people who always look for the brighter side of things and look at the optimistic side of it. Which I think is more telling of the viewer less than the actual view itself, right? It's very nice. How's the technique? Pokemon's right in the middle. Much better image.
Well done.
Where's the other Bulbasaur in that picture? For me personally, I like to see both. You know, take time to see the what could be the darker implication, but also to see, you know, just the fun of it. Okay, I'm 10 points ahead. Excellent.
Well done.
20 points ahead at the end there. That was good. Bioplume. How's the size? Not too bad. Pose. It's rockin'. 1200. It's rockin'. Professor Oak, you're too old to say that, man.
Wonderful.
That is not a phrase that you can throw around. 600. Not bad. Pose. 750. Oh, this one's gonna be worse. Whoops. That's okay. It's quite good though.
Oh.
But yes, the apples and the like the pester ball is more to move Pokemon rather than any sort of means in order to like harm them. The key is that it's more like Pokemon Stadium 2, I believe, took some dark turns. I mean, it was mostly just battling. I mean, I was gonna say Coliseum was probably the darkest it ever got in the series, as I recall. Okay, let's see. So I have the Kingler, I have the Mewtwo, I have the Cubone, Coughing. I have the Kingler. I just need to figure out where the Pinsir is, because I don't know where that is. It's lit. Professor Oak, probably. I mean, I would say that too. I can resonate with Dr. Oak, with Professor Oak on that. What does that thing do? Oh, whoops. Sorry, Pikachu. You're okay, buddy. I mean, the darkest I think Pokemon ever got was Coliseum, personally. As I recall, of course. But I don't remember. So I'd have to check. Did he just call me Joe? Yep, sorry, wrong name. Yeah, because the Stadium was just the battle one, as I recall. Oh. Let's see. What's it gonna take to wake that up? Similarly, also, I don't know how I'm gonna do this pincer thing. I think Pokemon is darkest in the Pokedex. Yeah, I think the Pokedex is really where it gets like where they just throw stuff in like that. But a lot of times it's because they can without any repercussion. And not even in a bad way, just that, oh yeah, you could do that. Like, you can do that sort of thing in the Pokedex. I don't think you can even hit Haunter with that, so. I bonked Diglett. I have an apple, though, at least. 3 minutes. Pokedex gave some scary night stories, though. And I do wonder if that's partially because the Pokedex is meant to serve also as a collection of myths. Because remember that the world of Pokemon is also built on its mythos, not just on what it... on the things that on, like... on the actual, like... you know, facts of it all. Maybe it's one of those lineup pic. It is one of those lineup pictures. I think. No, it's not. I'll just finish this one up and I'll take at least some of the images back really quick. The manga did it. The creator of Pokemon said that he wasn't aiming the game for kids, and the manga did it somewhat right. Well, remember also that what's aimed at kids for Japan and what's aimed at kids for America are two separate things. A lot of those ideas that are toned down for the American and international releases, those are not the same things that go to the Japanese audiences, because that's not, because what they consider kid-friendly in Japan and what's kid-friendly in America are two separate things. Like, think about how Naruto is... as like, you know, Naruto, like, shown in anime and shown in manga, is considered literature for like kids. That's stuff for kids. That's comic books for kids. That's like your Marvel and DC for kids, that, like, for over in Japan. And that's because of the cultural differences. Whereas in places like America and Europe, a lot of the stuff that's okay in Japan doesn't fly at the kids level for those places. So the manga had some oof panels, but the key thing, though, is that on Naruto, well, yes, but the key thing is that both of them, like, that's the key difference, is that what's kid-friendly for one culture and another are not the same things, and it's really based on personal maturity. So And even then, a lot for us, it's like a lot of anime and manga are considered, like, especially in America. I'm gonna base it on America because that's what I understand the most. Is that in America, a lot of manga is considered teen, like, you know, tween or to teenager like stuff, in terms of what you're going for in terms of the the target audience. And that's something that's important to consider.
Welcome back.
Okay, I do not know where this pincer is. Okay, let me make sure really quick. Let me see. Do I have all of the Pokemon signs except for the pincer? I do. So I need to figure out where this pincer is. PG-13, you mean? Pretty much, actually, as I recall. It's basically PG-13. But essentially PG-13, yeah. Essentially, that's what it is. Okay, also, let's see what else we got. Okay, so it's in the tunnel, but I need to figure out how... I need to figure out where in the tunnel this thing is. Because it's clearly something I can get at this point. I just need to figure out where. For teenagers, that's what they use. Sort of. PG-13's also with parental guidance. So it can vary. How do I use thing? How do I use the thing? Pikachu, do you know how to use the thing? I don't. First anime I watched as a kid, it was a kids show, and because that scenes of a woman in the shower, I was convinced it was teen media for the longest time. Interesting. That's surprising. Also surprising when you see that kind of stuff, right? Where it's like... Yeah, let me take a quick look around my surroundings. Oh. Forgot how much it really moves it. Goku checking if it's a girl or a boy. First anime for me was Dragon Ball. Well, and see, that's what I mean, right? It's like there are some things that just are considered, you know, taboo or not, and but it's based on cultural norms, not... Maybe I need to open this early? Yeah. Do you change the image when you do that? No. Really confused as to what to do with this one. I don't want to look it up, but Pokemon was my first anime, but Naruto also hooked me into watching more anime. I really liked... I know that there's a lot of different anime that I could cite as being up there. I had a Dragon Ball and a Naruto video game for the longest time. Okay, I might as well just retry just because it's faster loading, but... Oh, and they always use whatever curse words they want in all the Japanese kids shows. Yes, and a lot of that's because cursing is not that big of a deal for them. Like it is for us, where it's like how weird we are about swear words. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Specific curse words. Yeah, there are... Well, and it's like... There's some, like, specifically damn... Let's see, is it damn... I'm gonna be a little flagged for these. Damn, hell, and bastard, I think? Those three, they really don't care if it's in it. They don't care. But those three are also in the Bible, so... Points for being religiously correct, I guess? He keeps zapping, and I don't know what to think of that. Something back there? No, it's just a metal plate over there. Hmm. Man, Pika got some beef with you. ODaM got banned for saying damn, imagine. It's just more that Sonic said shit in the Japanese dub of Sonic X. Yeah, see, it's like, and a lot of these words, it's not necessarily the words themselves that are bad, it's when you throw them down like that. But he said it in English too. And that's kind of the key thing, right? Is that it's like, it's specifically a thing that if you need the egg a lot, only if it gets reported. Well, and also, just quite frankly, I do think that I'm like, there are certain words. That's why when I say I'm PG, like I try to run my stream PG-13. That's what I mean. Is like I tend to run my stream based on a specific etymology because I don't quite find that swearing helps me with anything, but I also think that it's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, people can't swear. It's like, and I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna swear. Heck, I let myself have an F-bomb every stream because I like. The key thing is that I think Japan realized that the value of a swear word is in what power you give it, and that's something that's very hard. That's very hard to quantify. I'm just saying it'd be ironic since damn is in your name. Yeah, true. That is, well, yeah, fair. Fair enough. Oh, it woke it up. Zapdos! Whoa. Oh ho. I see. Whoa. Probably keep an eye out now. Oh, those things are on anyway. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Intriguing. Oh, that's just what it is. Oh, that's actually kind of neat because it's a light fixture. Oh, I see. Yes, Zapdos. All right. Real question for the chat: which of the three legendary birds is your favorite? Is it Articuno? Is it Zapdos? Or is it Moltres? I am partial to Articuno myself, but Zapdos is very good. I think Moltres is the one that's slept on the most, though. I think Moltres is the one that everyone sleeps on, and I feel bad because Moltres is also very good. I think Moltres is very good. Zapdos? I'm curious what chat thinks of the legendary birds. I think if I were to do a tier list, I think it's Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, I think, but I do recognize that Moltres is like slept on hard, and I like it. Zapdos is fun. I really like how Zapdos looks. It's really cool. Not to mention the fact that Zapdos also has one of the. I will say that Zapdos is also one of the. I think it's the most powerful of the three, mostly because I use them a lot in Pokemon Red. Yeah, see, I think everyone got Zapdos first of the three birds, if I recall. I don't know how many people get Zapdos second. Let's see. Oh, I like that one. That's a good one. Okay, and the other thing I got was the sign, so got that. There we go. Moltres is slept on because the Phoenix is such common imagery, it feels less unique. That's true. I think that's probably why that's the case, because it is kind of common. It is common like imagery to use phoenixes and things. So yeah, that does make sense. I think that is a fair justification. I think Articuno's good. I think Articuno's usually below Zapdos for most people because Articuno is, as a kid, I thought Spiky Bird cool. I mean, that's also true. I actually have a Zapdos card somewhere. I know I have a card somewhere that's like really weird. Wait, that's Return to the Lab. Now it's mostly because everyone chooses fire type starters, he doesn't get much spotlight. Yeah, which is, I think that is also, it's funny because a lot of kids choose the brighter colors in Pokemon. So I think bright colors are what draw us in first. You finally got all the Pokemon sign pictures. After looking at the 6 pictures, I know the signs are just like the constellations like we've seen from Pokemon Island. That's the key to the mystery. That makes no sense. It's the sky. Rainbow cloud floating in the sky is the secret course. Some of the clouds must have created the Pokemon signs. I've made a new path to the rainbow cloud. Move very important for Pokemon research. Good luck. All right. Rainbow Cloud. It's a secret course. In that case, I should find the rarest Pokemon.
Yes.
Am I about to actually get the... Ooh. Oh, it's like Rainbow Road. It's really pretty. It even has Rainbow Road like music. Amazing. Mew! Oh, I see. I have to break the thing. I think. I have to break its barrier. Oh, behind me? Whoa. Like showing up suddenly, my goodness. I feel bad having to hit the lad. I don't want to keep hitting him. When I get the picture. And it won't let me get the picture unless I hit him. There's another generation. There's another generator next to Pikachu. Maybe you could attract him with apples. And make him use the Thunderbolt. Oh, I gotta try that sometime. I gotta try that next time. I have to try that next time. Also, hi, the Unforgiven. How are you doing? Let me pause real quick so I can talk because I. Ooh. Let me see. Everyone chooses. Let's see. Say mine is a Halo, but has a crease in the card, and you have valuable the cards would be as a kid. The generator next Pikachu make attract with apples. I'll have to try that next. I'm gonna go through the levels again at some point. The Unforgiven. So I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna have to try that next time. I didn't want to try all the levels again after I do this. Oh, whoops. Whoa. The fact that Mew is just messing with me at this point, he's just having me on. I think at this point, Mew is just having me on. This is just silly. Just Mew's just having me on, I guess. Ew. Funny how this game focuses on Mew, but I don't think any other games ever do. Like like on Pokemon Sapphire, I used to play it and I learned a lot. I could catch Kyogre. I started again to play with Trico, even though Mudkip was broken. I don't know. Yeah, I keep missing. There's the end of the course, I see. It's funny how Mew just became kind of... Oh, like, people knew he existed all the time. I was never here to people talking about Mew. You do a special flute on Mew? I tried to, but it wasn't quite working. Also, I think Unforgiven's new here. How's it going? I don't think we've met. On Pokemon Emerald Kaiser, they did my boy Trico good. I feel like I need to try all the courses one more time before I end stream, because that was actually really cool. Let's see. I think the best one I got was... Oh, that one's really good. That one's very good. Oh, that one has the sparkles. That one's really good. We have the legendary Pokemon Mew. It's funny how much Mew has not been talked about in recent times, which is sad because I think Mew and Mewtwo are... Is that the rare Pokemon Mew? Rare Pokemon Mew has a value of 2,500 points. How's the size? 340. It's so-so. Pose. Why, it's perfect. 1,500. How's the technique? Okay, the Pokemon's right in the middle. I could double the score. It has almost 9,000 points for one thing. Mew was rare back then. Well, even further than that, I think it's the fact that the mystery of the behind Mew has disappeared. Which is sad because it's a really cool looking Pokemon and it's really cute and it's fun.
You made it.
Never believed that Mew lived on this island. Pokemon Report now has a very memorable picture. Thank you. This is all because of your hard work. So nice to find a photographer as good as you. Bye for now and I'll see you later.
See you.
Press A or B to save. Wait, is that... People talk more about Mewtwo's tragic backstory. Yeah, that's true. Also, I was not expecting to have another game of on the credits list that I've beaten today. You two had a sad backstory. It does have a sad backstory. Oh, and it uses pictures from your album as your credits pictures. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's nice. Wow, 6 programmers? Oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me. 6 programmers for this game? Oh my goodness. He did it. I do like Mew a lot, though. I think Mew is probably one of the more... It's one of the best simple designs in Pokemon. And I do think that's really cool. See, now the circumstances of one birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. Yeah, that movie went hard. That movie went very hard. And then there's also Mew just having a good time. I wonder if... And others? What? Oh, because of the Pokemon voice lines. I see. I do think that I think Mew kind of got done dirty by some of that, but still. I'm actually honestly surprised we finished this. I'm actually honestly surprised we finished this. Pokemon created by Satoshi Tajiri, Pokemon producer. Wow. It's funny to think about how far games have come since this point, though, right? Like, think about the difference between how this game is and the modern day, right? Just how far we've come in 3D graphics, in like how we present our environments. Amazing. Absolutely stunning. That's really cool. That was actually a lot of fun. All right, so we are gonna go. Okay, so here's the question. All right, I'm asking this now that we're at the main menu. I wasn't bored of Pokemon. I was created just to stand alone, so I stand alone. Created user betrayed me, so I had to stand alone. Here's a question: do you guys want me to really quickly load up the new Pokemon Snap so we can make a direct comparison between the two? I've never finished. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm forgiven. I have a question. I kind of want to compare this to the new one, just because I'm legitimately intrigued. I think this was also because I had a bit of like, I have foreknowledge. I think that's the thing, right? That sounds cool. New Pokemon. All right, let me really quickly. I have to get up and grab the cartridge, so hang on a moment. All right, one moment. Let's see. Where did I put it? Hang on, need to find it. Let's see. Where did I put Pokemon? Oh, it's right here. Oh, well, that's good. Right on the top of the stack, as it were. Excellent. Sounds cool. So let's see. What's inside? Pokemon Scarlet's inside. I see. There. Go. Now that he is gone, get crazy. I stepped away for 5 seconds I was still looking at chat when I was getting up. Okay, so I want you guys to keep this image in mind, okay? Keep this game's image in mind. Also, I'm going to change the category so it's properly categorized as the new Pokemon set for now. Oh shit, he back. Let's see. Hang on. There it is. Okay. All right, I updated. Abort. All right, so keep this game in mind, okay? Now then. What was this? All right. Now, keep that in mind. Keep this all in mind. I was about to say. I see how it is letting me go and get crazy on my lonesome. Everybody went nuts for like a solid half second. All right. Now, keep the N64 game in mind, okay? Watch this. Watch this. Also, by the way, I haven't played this in a while, so I do apologize if this one, the controls are good. Man, I just went from the old game going right to the new one. The controls are gonna be so weird for me. Oh yeah. I forgot how much I love this game. Oh. I forgot how pretty this game is. This game is entirely just like, hey, do you want Pokemon in like the best way possible? Check this out. Also, I haven't played this game since my Joy-Cons had drift. I forgot that I haven't played this since my Joy-Cons were still drifting. Oh my god. Oh my god, I actually get to enjoy this game. Oh my god. Oh, wait till you guys see this though. Drifting, like the Joy-Cons, like the control stick would drift to the left or right. And it was a very big problem for a while. That was why during triangle strategy, I would just let me just start listing. Look at this. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness.
Good luck.
Oh my god, look at him. Like, just look at this. Oh my god. Also, there we have apples. Apple. We have modeled apples instead of sprites. I see. Buffalon. Every time I joke, I was just to use WD-40 and it actually helps. Oh, fascinating. Oh. Look at this game, dude. That's the fierce drift. Oh my god. Little baby. Wait, here. You want blue fire? You want blue? Here's a Lumina Ball. Oh, there's Dodrio. Just like how Doduo was in the first game. Honk. Oh yeah, you can also take pictures without zooming, so you can do something like that. Very good. Yeah, the new one looks awesome. When I first played this game, I was losing my mind with how good it looks. Look how pretty it is. Oh, that does look nice. Like one of the things that's so good about it though is that it takes advantage of what's new in these games. It does such a good job of taking advantage of what modern graphics have been capable of, and it's really well done. And the animations are very nice. Never played both of them. The old one is the most nostalgic for the old players. I do think this game strikes a good balance of bringing new and old, because it definitely maintains the feeling that's evoked by playing the old game, which was that it's genuinely sitting around with Pokemon and getting to see them in their natural habitat instead of just battling, right? Because now you just get to see them in their field, and it's really nice. Wanna? Pikachu. Hello, small one. How are you? No food? There you go. That's just yours. Have fun. There he goes. Oh yeah, Shaman. Hi. Hello. Small one. Come with me. But it takes advantage of it by using real-time lighting and a lot of really neat tricks for keeping the perspective on the player, like in a really cool spot, and making that and taking advantage of how these games work. And I think that's really well done. Oh, look at the baby sleeping. Wait, hang on. Before anybody throws bands around. Be mindful. But yes, this game is, because it's using a lot of new tricks, right? It's using bump maps, it's using new texture ideas, and it's using a lot of these new, like, innovation in technology in order to make this game into something even greater than what was possible back when the N64 was a thing. Like, look, see, even something as simple as having real-time shadows is so hard to do at that point. But no, look. Behold. They just have it now. Let's see. It'd be Y?
It's time.
They got some cool stuff going on. Oh, that was a very, oh, I see. Close facsimile, I see. Very impressive. Heck. Yeah, that was sad. But yeah, just, what this game, more sus. Exceptional sus. But the thing I'm noting about this game is that, and especially the lineage between Pokemon Snap and the new one, is that it's a showcase of what is possible. And I think they did a really good job of making a very pretty game. Evaluate photos, let's see. Also, this is where this stuff comes in, where you have the images. And I also have a very good, I can choose very well which ones I want to take. So let's see, I think this one's, Ah, that's adorable. It's in the air. These are very pretty. Look at the ducks. I like the ducks. They're very cute. Alrighty. Let's evaluate. You have a select photo from every folder. Is this all you want to show? Yes. But this game is very good with that stuff. Where now, and then this is the evaluation. This is the difference, right?
Nice work.
Seems like it's on its way somewhere. Nice going. This isn't a bad shot at all. And it goes through all of these very quickly. And and it's actually streamlining a lot of the stuff from the N64 game that used to take a little bit longer. Because some of the stuff was, we were watching it kind of go through. It also will give you a gold number if you get a score that is considered the best possible for that particular thing. But it's also taking stuff from the old one, like, oh, if this picture is immediately better, then it will use that one over the other one. Which is really well done. But it's taking a lot of the same technological ideas and using them in effective manners. This one also takes this also takes direction into consideration, and it also considers the angle. It considers other Pokemon on a different way. And the scoring is a lot different, but it's also very similar. Like, it does have some key differences, but it's very similar to the original. Also, we didn't really get a whole lot, so you can tell from your photos that you and the Pokemon out there have grown closer. I forget what you get if you get higher research levels, but you do have some cool stuff. But yes. So just looking at those two against each other. Also, this game, I think the album has more space due to how much you're able to put away for it. As I recall, I don't actually remember. This place sure is buzzing. There's even Pokemon inside the lab. Let me go in the lab, actually, because I know I have an album. War space, internet, Ododex. Curious. I'm very curious what... Oh, it's me. Pokemon. Show me a photo of a Pokemon to make a page for it. On that page, you can move your pointer and press A to see what its movements and cries. Oh, man, I haven't read any of these. That's a hit. Oh, that's cool. You can actually just look at the 3D models? Oh, that's sick. I actually didn't know this. Oh, that's right. Tropus. You have Tropius. I forgot how many happy vibes. Oh, look at him. He's adorable. I forgot that there's a lot of pictures I haven't seen. Noteworthy behavior. Look at the boy. But these are a lot of the pictures I've taken before, so I have not seen Celebi. I have not actually looked much at what I have. I know I haven't finished all of the photo decks in this game, so I might need to do that sometime. So look at him. Adorable. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, this game does a lot of cool stuff. It's very cool. I just wanted to take a quick look at this game for the sake of Ninetales. Ninetales is fantastic. I just wanted to take a quick look at this game. I don't know. I just wanted to show you guys the difference between this game and the original Pokemon Snap, because honestly, seeing the juxtaposition between, like, because when was it? Because because this game came out 2 years ago, I believe now. Because I think it came out in 2021, and conversely, let's see, if I remember, Pokemon Snap N64. As I recall, Pokemon Snap came out in 1999. And new Pokemon Snap came out in, I believe it's 2021, but I want to double check just so I can like put the comparison. And it came out in 2021. Yep, April. So that'd be about 22 years in between Pokemon Snap and new Pokemon Snap. And seeing the difference that just 2 decades made in terms of graphics and in terms of like gameplay and the difference in how our conventions for gameplay have changed, it's fascinating to see, because also the controls were very different too. Obviously, I think when they were mapping the buttons for the N64, I think they did consider how our conventions for buttons have changed. But it is interesting. It's interesting to compare the two. All right, should I play one more level before I call it for a night? I think I'll leave it up to you guys, because otherwise I might go to sleep, so I can get some extra sleep tonight. But I'm more than okay with playing another level. I should let you guys see what the levels are, though, so you guys can see what you have available. Because we have quite this game also has a lot more like levels in that sense, because wait, what? Badlands. Oh, I didn't know I didn't have this place. What? Ah. Well, that's interesting. There's actually a level I haven't played. Should I play this before the last thing for the stream? I didn't realize I hadn't played a level. I guess I didn't 100% this game as much as I thought I did. I'm gonna drink some water. I am thirsty. There we go. I'm going to bed now for the sake of Monday morning routine. Have fun if you do play it. All right, thanks. So thanks for showing up, Crooked. It's nice to see you again. You know what? My impulse control is telling me I need to... You know what? Nah, I need to play one more level. I'll play one more. I spent all stream playing, so I will... I think it's best I do this. Speed boost to the near one. You can activate using a research camera. Yeah, look, Zip Turbo is your friend. They changed it from the dash to... Oh my goodness. I saw that boy. I saw Tepig. I saw him. I'm gonna play one. I'm gonna do one more for my sake. Oh, look at the baby.
This is certainly a big change from the desert.
Small one.
Look, already there are Pokemon you haven't
Hello.
encountered yet.
Oh, look at him. Ah, he's amazing. Oh, there's Crustle too. They got... Ah, miss. Whiff. That's fine. Oh, this is amazing. I'm very happy I did this. Ooh. I just missed something, didn't I? Hmm? Oh, I see. Oh, I couldn't go back. Ah, that's okay. Oh, it's a geyser. Oh, I see. Okay. I wonder how long they'll wait, if at all, they make a third Pokemon Snap. I feel like if they do, it's going to take a while, because these games are very graphically... They're more graphically intense than anything, so it's... Sweet sensitivity coming around from the sand? I do like the new scan mechanic as well, because it lets you scan things, which is very cool. You connect to another geyser. Ooh. Fascinating. And the way that they connect all the different areas in this game, I do think that if they're gonna do a new one, it's gonna be... I hope that they do it with with a new area, maybe. Oh, that's cute. You can see him like just doing a little tongue poke. Adorable. This game does a lot of cool stuff for showing behaviors of Pokemon in the wild, which is really cool. There's a poison area. I see. Yeah. I forgot how big Swalot is. What the heck? Hello, big man. Chemicals have crystallized over the long years. I feel like if they're gonna do it, though, it would definitely take a couple of years, because the development cycle, I think, for this game was a couple of years. But I do hope it does happen, because it'd be very cool. Minior. Oh, that's right. Minior can... I believe Minior only shows up... It only comes out of the ground when it's nighttime, I think? As I recall. There are so many little... Torchic! Look at the tiny baby. And Shinx. Oh, that's adorable. Aw. Tiny little babies. Oh, that's adorable. What them lips do. They swallow things whole, apparently. Who would like a rock? They are capable of many things. I feel like at least 10 years. I'd say 5 or 6 if they're working on it actively. At the very least. Oh, there they go. Tiny lad. Oh man, is this gonna be what brings me back to playing this game religiously again? Signs of Pokemon living in the small hole. Huh. I think the scariest thing this game did, though, is that there's one area where you drop down and you enter a cave, and as you do, there's a Houndoom just waiting for you there, and it's staring you down like it's glaring into your soul. Absolutely yoked out of its mind. Very cool. I feel like if I play more of this game, I should definitely play Big Hole. Kind of looks like something an Onyx would come out of. Oh. Oh. I said, oh, that looks like something an Onyx would come out of. And in the background, as we're leaving, there goes the Onyx. Or Orthworm. This game actually came out before Orthworm. Funny enough, this game came out about a year before Scarlet and Violet did. Epic. Look at the boy. Whoa, here he come. Very good. It's just funny seeing, it's just really funny seeing, it's like, oh hey, that looks like an Onyx would come out of it, and then in the background as we're leaving, there goes Onyx. Oh man. You can't write that stuff. Alrighty. Man, now I feel like I have to make a stream for, I have to make a time for a stream for this game. In specific. But I don't know. I feel like they won't release within the current generation of consoles at the very least. I'm guessing they'll wait. Maybe. It would be curious if they would do that or not. It's the first time you've got it as your subject. Got some good scores at least. If they do, I feel like it's going to be like some sort of build off of this one, where they take this one and it's all of its mechanics and all of its graphical work, and then take it and then change up the Pokemon and give you a new island. You know what I would say would be the best thing to ever, for me personally, is if they took Pokemon Snap and made it so that you went through all the Safari zones, maybe DLC. Oh god, don't make me hope. I wish there, I might go look if there's DLC for this game just because I'm curious, but I really hope that they do DLC for this game one day. That'd be really cool. That'd make me happy. New record. And we haven't played that course before, so we actually didn't have anything for that. Excellent. That was an excellent score. We done something there. I'm sure you could do even better. I think I got... Oh, I got... You registered 200 pieces to your thing. Photograph frame 8. Alright, return to camp. I don't think there's more I can do right now. Also because I'm a little tired, so I should probably get some sleep. But I do think that this game might be one I need to do at some point in the near future. Yep. Lots of Pokemon can research. Can you see them in the lab? Houndoom's breather. Houndoom always seems on guard. I mean, its surroundings. I wonder if it ever gets tired. Oh, that. Why? Off a perk? I forgot this game has online connections. Oh my goodness, man, that I wasn't ready for off a perk. Okay, yeah, that I should probably get some sleep. Alrighty. Yoo-hoo, oh boy. I really hope they do DLC or something for this game, man. Like, honestly, if they just gave you... Have you ever played Poke Park? I don't know much about that one. Poke Park. I don't remember that one very well. Need to look that one up. I feel like if they did DLC for this game, the best thing they could do is if they made areas of past games into their own sort of courses. I feel like that would be a really fun way to incorporate also areas from other games. My first thought was like, oh, throw in a Pokemon Snap thing. Remember wanting it as a kid? I need to check that one out. It was on the Wii. I need to look at that. I need to look up that one then. I don't remember it. I do not recall it very well. I do have Pokemon Battle Revolution, which... Oh man, I really want to do a mini series on that one day. I had the thought of taking some time when I finish... It'd probably be when I finish Red Genie is... use an action replay to get one of every Pokemon in Diamond and Pearl and putting them onto one save file so I could put them onto Battle Revolution. Specifically so that I could play have a really fun time playing Battle Revolution with custom stuff. But that might be... I kind of want to do it as like with the rental stuff, but I really would prefer doing it my way, so... We'll see, we'll see. But I think for now, I'm going to call it because I'm tired and I have to get a lot done this week so I can have a build, the next thing done. Because I missed a thing last week, so I need to really crack down tomorrow. So, all right. So schedule this week. We're gonna finish Eco on Thursday. I'm going backwards on accident. Persona 5 Royal is on Wednesday. Eco is on Thursday, and Sunday I have not quite decided yet. I'm thinking another older game. We have a lot of choices, so I might take a look and make a decision. That said, I was kind of surprised we finished the game, so... Part of me wants to go with one of the other N64 games since I have them, but... I'll have to take a look and see what I come up with. I usually do this on Monday morning, so... hopefully I'll be able to come up with something, though. We'll see. Alrighty, but for now, thank you to everyone who showed up, and thank you to everyone who got to show up who didn't get to see it to the end. I had a lot of fun getting to play the original Pokemon Snap, and I think seeing the evolution between the two is really fascinating. Honestly, the original Pokemon Snap, though, it still really holds up, because it was a lot of fun. And obviously, it's like, you know, graphically, it's a little aged, but I don't think that really aged that badly. I think it just looks different. It's less aging and more... time. It's more just time just changing things, but I had a lot of fun, so I hope everyone had fun as well, and hope next time we get to play something else even more fun. Hope the week goes well. Thanks, sweetie. I'm sure I'll get to tell you guys all about it on Wednesday, so have a good night, everyone, and now whenever I see you next, goodbye for now. Thank you.